Here.
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 Present.
Here.
Present.
Here.
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 Thank you, Madam Clerk. Mr. Haddon, as requested, can you please lead us in the pledge?
Same.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you. Next, we have the land acknowledgement. Mr. Constant, can you please take us through that?
Thank you. Land acknowledgement is a formal statement recognizing the indigenous people of a place. It is a public gesture of appreciation for the past and present indigenous stewardship of the lands that we now occupy. It's an actionable statement that marks our collective movement toward decolonization and equity. The Anchorage Assembly would like to acknowledge that we gather today on the traditional lands of the Dena'ina Athabascans. For thousands of years, the Dena'ina have been and continue to be the stewards of this land. It's with gratefulness and respect that we recognize the contributions, innovations, and contemporary perspectives of the Upper Cook Inlet Dena'ina.
Thank you. Next, we have minutes of previous meetings. Madam Vice Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Move to approve the minutes from the meetings of January 28th and February 11th of 2020.
Second.
Moved and seconded. Any opposition to that motion? Okay. Seeing none, that motion is approved. Thank you to the clerk's office. Next, we have the mayor's report. Mr. Mayor.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. I just wanted to reiterate what I discussed last Friday, is that we're in condition yellow in the three major metrics that we use to assess the municipality's condition regarding COVID. We are condition yellow with the epidemiology increasing number of cases. There is increased community spread. There is disregard of some of the public health precautions that have kept us safe to this point. We are condition yellow for the hospital capacity, increasing use of hospital beds, still shortfalls in personal protective equipment. We are condition yellow in terms of the public health capacity. There are strains on our ability to trace and track individuals who've come in contact with COVID. In addition, you may have seen reports from Washington, D.C., where Dr. Fauci made it very clear that these next 2 weeks are going to be critical for the nation as we contend with increasing number of cases. There's more than 120,000 fatalities already. You may have seen today's newspaper where there was a discussion by a number of economists who were very clear that the wearing of masks was an economic benefit, and as a consequence, I would just like the Assembly to know that we have prepared an ordinance that will require the wearing of masks under certain circumstances, and that order is ready and could be implemented at any time. Thank you.
Thank you. And I think just to clarify the words that you're using, so you meant an emergency order.
I said order, yes, emergency order.
Okay. Thank you. Mr. Constant?
Yeah, I heard the word ordinance, so I was just clarifying. Thank you.
Ms. Zalatel.
Thank you. Mr. Mayor, would you have some idea on when you would possibly issue this emergency order, or what kind of timeline we would be looking at, or any deciding factor in addition to the ones you've already cited?
If the number of cases and the type of cases that we see continue over the next 2 or 3 days, we're going to implement that order. It's also important that we would give a few days for the order to be implemented so that people can acquire masks. I've heard repeatedly from businesses that oftentimes frontline staff are being asked to enforce business ordinances or business requirements, and that frequently the pushback on those frontline workers is that it is not a requirement of the city or the state, and consequently people are disregarding those local business requirements. That puts frontline workers in an untenable position of having to be law enforcement. I think the presence of an order is an indicator of what social norms are and should be, and consequently I'm prepared to implement that order within the next few days.
Thank you. Mr. Dunbar?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So, Mr. Mayor, obviously Mrs. Zolotal and I have brought forward resolutions in the past regarding face coverings, and we at the time have sought mandates for employers to provide and require face coverings for employees. Would this proposed emergency order you're talking about be of that nature, or would it be broader? And then secondly, I've been speaking with some people in your administration about the municipality using some of our financial resources, perhaps CARES Act money, to purchase and then make for free, available for free, some reusable masks. Can you comment on either of those ideas?
It would be broader than just for particular businesses. It would not be for outside in the out of doors. And if the assembly, which has the power of the purse, were to desire to spend money on masks, that would be up to you all. But we have masks within the municipal inventory, at least that we can begin distributing if businesses or individuals don't have any.
Can I ask a quick follow-up to that, Mr. Chair? It's true that we in normal times have the power of the purse, but you have emergency powers that allow you to spend things pretty quickly. I'm also wondering if you will instruct your employees to sort of help us with the logistics of that. Like, is it feasible that we purchase and distribute reusable masks or not? Is that something you're open to?
Yeah, we're open to that, and I appreciate that you acknowledge that I do have that authority, but we've worked in close conjunction with the Assembly. We're going to continue to do so, and I appreciate your accommodation in this.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Ms. Allard?
Mayor, are you getting these numbers just based on the municipality, or are you taking these numbers of an uptick statewide?
They're both in the municipality and statewide and nationwide, and if you want to know, globally as well.
Thank you. All right, I don't see any other questions. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Mr. Chair, may I have a moment of personal privilege?
Yes, Ms. Zolotal.
Thank you. I'd just like to address and thank the community for its participation in this conversation and debate about wearing face coverings. 95% of the communication I've received has been passionate advocacy for one side of this issue or another. However, 5% of that communication has really strayed into the territory of personal insults and threats and calling names. And it's painful to see that anyone suggesting a face covering requirement or a policy proposal that there is disagreement about is put under personal attack or threat. I would not wish or threaten any of you harm because we have differing views, and I would expect the same. I would expect that you would give us the same courtesy, my colleagues, the administration, and staff. I hope we can move forward and end the personal attacks and continue discussing all the issues facing our community in a constructive way. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. All right, moving on to Assembly Chair's report. So a few things. First, this Friday there will be a meeting of the Rules Committee. It's our regular Rules Committee meeting. We will continue having discussions around Assembly priorities, CARES Act, and other items. So looking forward to that. Second, I would like to direct the clerk to change the public hearing of item 10G9 to July 28th. That was inadvertently left out of the original as it was put on the agenda. Then third is relatively soon, the members of the Assembly and members of the public should be reading an op-ed in the newspaper regarding the census, and I'm particularly proud of this op-ed as it points out some systemic issues with the census, starting from its founding at the beginning of our nation, when it talked about 3/5 of certain individuals, specifically black individuals, and encouraging everyone to take the census to overcome these issues. So I think it's a wonderful testament to both the systemic issues that linger from the census and our ability to move and take the census and empower our community. So next is, I just want to do a quick reminder of rules around masks. So for folks who came in, I think members of the public are aware, you had to do a temperature check and required to wear a mask. I think the only possible exemptions were folks who said that they had a medical condition or a disability. So otherwise, just want to remind folks that they should be wearing masks. Then that is it for my Assembly Chair's reports. I'm going to go ahead and move on to committee and liaison reports. I'm going to start on this side with you, Mr. Weddleton. And you're probably on mute, Mr. Weddleton.
All right, I'm here. Thank you. We had a Community Economic Development Committee meeting on the 18th, and we reviewed a couple of the marijuana licenses that we'll be seeing later. And we also started and then on the Monday, we had a very productive meeting looking at possible parameters for conditional use for homeless shelters, probably broadly, but particularly in B3 zones. And we'll continue that conversation on July 2nd at 10 a.m. Thanks.
Thank you. Ms. Zolotel.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. We had a meeting of the Committee on Homelessness on last Wednesday, the 17th. And we discussed Pillar 3 of the Anchored Home Plan with regard to alcohol tax funds, and heard from, in particular, the library and the effects of homelessness on the library and its plans to be of service to those individuals and the great success they've had with their social worker in the library program. So we will take up the remaining pillars of the Anchored Home Plan at the July meeting of the committee. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Perez-Verdia.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. We have a meeting of the Public Safety Committee next week on July 1st. At that meeting, we'll be discussing the use of alcohol tax funds. We'll also be talking about police policy in Anchorage, Alaska. We have invited a number of community leaders to come in and share their perspective of the state of policing in Anchorage and to share their ideas in terms of how we can continue to improve our policing in our city. So we encourage the public to participate in that meeting. Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Allard.
Thank you, Chair. So in regards to committee meetings, we have our audit committee meeting on Friday, the 26th of June, and we're going to go over the emergency vehicle preventive maintenance. Seems to be some scary things in there that we're going to be addressing. And we'll have Chief Benningfield, hopefully, in that, out from Chugiak, and Chief Heddernick, and hopefully the administration involved in that meeting. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Peterson.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. The Ethics and Election Committee will be meeting tomorrow, June 24th, from noon to approximately 1:30. This will be a virtual meeting via Teams. we'll be discussing the tracking of ballots and the date of possible runoff elections. Thank you.
Thank you. And I'm correcting my chart here. Mr. Constant.
I actually don't have any report for upcoming committee work.
Thank you. Madam Vice Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. On July 1st, next Wednesday, from 10 to 11, we'll hold the Health Policy Committee. Member LaFrance and I are the co-chairs of that committee. We'll be discussing a continuation of our discussion of the alcohol tax monies. So we'll look forward to hopefully seeing some of you there virtually.
Thank you. Ms. LaFrance.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. The Budget and Finance Committee of the Whole met last week, and a few highlights from that meeting. The MOA expects to receive the $116 million in COVID-19 relief funds this week. The 2019 budget has been closed and a report is pending. Departments continue to keep track of COVID-related costs, and the administration will project those expenses through year's end. Community Council SIP submittals are available online, and then the initial revenue variance is projected at a negative $16 million through year's end, and the Assembly, is expected to get the report mid-July. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Mr. Peterson. Excuse me, I already did you. Ms. Kennedy.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. My co-chairs covered everything quite well, so nothing else to add. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Mr. Dunbar.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. No report this evening.
Thank you. All right, moving on in our agenda, we now have laid on the table and addendum items. So we have 2 items to go through our laid on the table procedure. We have item 10B2 and 10B3. And so for members of the Assembly, members of the public, this is just to add these items onto the table for us to take action on at a later point in the meeting. So first we have a resolution of the Anchorage Assembly recommending the mayor by emergency regulation under Safe Anchorage Phase 3, maintenance, require face coverings, masks. Is there a motion?
Yes, Mr. Chair, I move to lay this item on the table.
Is there a second?
Second.
Moved and seconded. Ms. Zolotil, do you want to provide a rationale?
Sure. This item is laid on the table so that it could be up to date after the Friday work session, as well as have the latest data to put before the members, but while we if we lay it on the table for consideration. Thank you.
Okay. Any discussion on that motion? Thanks. Thank you. And the clerk does remind me through code that the items can only be taken under consideration that require immediate Assembly action, such as financial necessity, natural disasters, or when time is of the essence for Assembly action, just in case folks didn't remember those categories. All right, seeing no further discussion, members may proceed to vote.
No.
Ms. LaFrance.
Yes.
Ms. Weddle.
No.
Oh, and just as a reminder to the body, I believe this is an 8-vote requirement, which we did not meet. That failed 6-5, 6 in favor. Next, we have item 10B3, a resolution of the Anchorage Assembly regarding the mayor's proclamation of emergency COVID-19 and the mayor's orders and regulations issued thereunder. Is there a motion? Okay, I'm not hearing a motion to lay this item on the table. Then I will move on. All right, now we are at the addendum to the agenda. Madam Vice Chair.
Move to incorporate the addendum and the laid on the table items as printed and distributed.
Second.
Moved and seconded. Any opposition? Okay, seeing none then, those items are incorporated. Next, we have appearance requests and initial audience participation. So we do have one appearance request from the Anchorage Unitarian Universalist Fellowship, Mr. David O'Brien. Mr. O'Brien, are you here? Great. You will have 3 minutes. Welcome.
Thank you. My name is David O'Brien, and I am the current president of the Anchorage Unitarian Universalist Fellowship. I am here this evening to present our annual voluntary payment in lieu of taxes, or PILOT for short. AUUF believes that religious organizations should pay for services they receive from the municipality, and AUUF has done so every year for the last 52 years. This donation is in the amount of $2,526.50 and represents an increase of 12% from last year. AUF, like other churches and nonprofits, is tax exempt, a status granted to us because we give back to the community in other ways. For example, last summer we participated in the Children's Lunchbox program. AUF became the Airport Heights location for free children's lunches for families who opted to participate in that program. Many members of our congregation volunteered to help make that effort happen. Also, last December, we set up a Christmas tree in our church and decorated it with mittens that were donated by the members of our congregation. And after the holidays, the mittens were donated to the children of Airport Heights Elementary School. AUF also engages in interfaith social justice work in the community and supports several nonprofits as well through volunteerism and financial support. We are pleased to do so. As members of the Anchorage community, we feel we have a responsibility to help support public services that support us as well. We do this with our pilot donation. We are grateful for Anchorage's police and fire services, snow plowing, public schools, and our extensive trail system. Unitarian Universalism is founded on 7 principles, and our 5th principle is the right of conscience and the use of the democratic process within our congregations and in society at large. In support of this principle, in affirmation of the separation of church and state, which protects religious freedom in America, and in gratitude for our city, we are pleased to present our voluntary pilot donation. AUF believes we all need to contribute to solutions for Alaska and Anchorage. In closing, I'd like to share part of a letter written by 2 members of our congregation, lifelong Alaskans who recently retired to another state. They said, "We are really pleased to be able to send a donation knowing that part of it will go to pilot, a concept we have supported since we first joined AUF. We are proud to be members of AUF for many reasons, one of them being this concept that we believe supports the needs of the community at large. Paying pilot makes us think of firefighters, the police, waste management, and other municipal services which everyone uses but nonprofits are excused from paying, even though they need those services as well. And we will continue to help pay for Anchorage public services, even though we are no longer here to use them." Thank you very much.
Thank you. And yes. Sure, I can do that. Thank you so much.
Mr. Chair?
Yes, Mr. Constant?
In the queue, somehow I got bumped out. But I just want to say thank you on behalf of myself and probably all of us for your enduring commitment to pay for the services that you use in the face of the fact that you don't have to. And I just have incredible gratitude to you and your fellowship.
Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Weddleton.
Well, thanks. And before Mr. O'Brien goes, I'd like to say hi to Dave. This might be the first time I've seen him not in a Boy Scout uniform. And for those who don't know, he is one of the most decorated and fun Boy Scout leaders in probably the country, but certainly Anchorage.
Thank you, Mr. Weldon.
Thank you. Thank you so much. Before we move on, just a couple of things. So for this initial audience participation, I'd like to prioritize time for members of the public who would like to speak on consent agenda items, those who cannot stay until the second audience participation at the end of the meeting, and those who would have difficulty staying for a public hearing item already on the agenda due to childcare or travel issues before we open it up to the broader public. As a reminder, if you choose to speak now on a public hearing item already on the agenda, you may not speak again when we open the public hearing on the item. Also, if you choose to speak now, you cannot speak again during the final audience participation. For audience participation, please direct your comments to the assembly or the chair and not to anyone personally. Personal attacks are not appropriate. I will, as chair, work to maintain decorum at this meeting and ask for your assistance. And then, just to provide one clarification before we move on. So for members of the public who are here to speak on the mask mandate, as the mayor stated, he will be putting forward an emergency order regarding this item. So we will not be taking up the resolution put forward by Assemblymember Zolotel on this item, just in case anyone in the public was confused. With that, welcome.
Thank you for giving me the floor today. I have to leave early, so I'm going to do this now. I'm Jasmine Smith, and I'm here to follow up to an invite that we got at the last Assembly meeting, getting a resolution. So I prepared a written statement, and I will go from there. So I am here to address the Assembly and to address the actions of one of the Assembly members from the last meeting. We were invited to receive a routine proclamation from putting on the I Can't Breathe rally. I invited young people to attend with me to show them love for their efforts and acknowledge of their hard work. What was supposed to happen did not happen. I left feeling angry, embarrassed for them. One looked at me and stated, "What did I do wrong?" And for the hard work of so many to be treated the way we were treated at the last meeting was unacceptable. If you have an issue with your teammates, the processes, or any of that internal things, please take that up with them. That should never be subjected to the people receiving the resolution, as that's not the objective. I reached out professionally to this Assembly member and I got blocked and ignored. I have all documentation. All of this over a resolution we did not write. All of this in front of youth who look up to us. All of this from one raised Eagle River resident to another. What an introduction to local policy making. What an introduction to equity. You don't have to agree with people, but having respect and dialogue goes a long way. Instead of coming here and being angry, I'm challenging the Assembly to look at their own processes and equity and to correct those that have communication issues or grievances. And please relook at the last meeting. And I encourage you guys, at your leisure, please apologize to the youth who were subjected to that at the last meeting. They're waiting for it, and it's the least that can be done. Thank you.
Thank you. Welcome.
Hello. My name is Roy Batty. I'm here today in support of PSL Anchorage. And Mrs. Karen, my question for the Assembly members before me is, why was Dalen Polu's case closed before his family was given all of the evidence of said case? Due to the case being closed, his family is currently being told they cannot have all of the evidence that they are requesting involving in their son's and brother's shooting. Thank you.
Thank you. I don't see the police chief here, otherwise we would ask him to address that issue. But perhaps this is something Mr. Perez-Verdia or Ms. Kennedy, both of which are on the phone, can this be something that is addressed at the July 1st meeting?
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you.
I think that if we could, if the gentleman speaking, if I could speak with him offline, we can find a way to incorporate this into our agenda. We have a pretty full agenda, so I want to make sure that we have time for the things we've already committed to. But if we could connect and find the most appropriate time to incorporate it, we're open to that.
Thank you.
Who was that speaking previously?
That was Mr. Perez-Verdia, one of the co-chairs of the Public Safety Committee meeting.
You'll be hearing from me.
So if you could email me directly, and I'll give you a call and we can talk.
Thank you. Welcome.
Hello. Thank you for giving me time. My name is Ashley Burquest. I'm here today in support of PSL Anchorage and Mrs. Karen. My question for the assembly is, what is your stance on reopening Dalian Polu's case so that his family can get all the evidence they are requesting?
Thank you. Welcome.
Hi, my name's Margaret Anderson, and I'm here to talk about the health issues of wearing the masks all the time. Since the COVID started, I tried to wear the masks. I have them here in a baggie. And I don't know if you guys are familiar with formaldehyde, but in most clothing and different items, there's formaldehyde, and I'm allergic to it. So I put these masks on, and then I had allergic reactions. I've tried both of them. So then I went to cloth masks, and I almost passed out a couple of times. I have since went and bought at Lake Otis Pharmacy one of these that record your oxygen, if anyone wants to see this. After wearing a mask for 20 minutes, my oxygen level drops 5 points. I suggest that every board member here in the assembly go out and purchase one of these and test yourselves, because it is very dangerous when your levels go down under 88%. You should be going to the hospital. So if you could please address this issue also for the people that cannot wear the masks. And it creates a really seriously health issue to them. What about us? Thank you.
Thank you. I suppose to the administration, I would hope that those kinds of issues would be fleshed out in whatever.
They are.
Okay. Great.
And if wearing a mask compromises people's health, or if you have breathing difficulties, then there would be no requirement to wear a mask.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Welcome.
Hi, my name is Rosalind Griffin, and I live at 2001 Wildwood Lane. I happen to be a neighbor to our dear mayor here, who does not wear a mask. Just to let you know, he does not wear a mask. I see him on the street all the time, on his phone, talking to neighbors without a mask. I will not wear a mask based on what I see. He sets the example. Don't put into law what you're not doing at home. Thank you.
Thank you. Welcome.
My name is Joan Priestley. I'm a citizen here in Anchorage, and I'm here to talk about the wisdom, or really lack thereof, of what I think is a ludicrous policy of enforced mask wearing, even by people who are at home indoors. Current research demonstrates that masks are ineffective at best and dangerous at worst, especially to younger, healthy people, for several reasons. And I sent around a last-minute email to you in response to your last-minute attachment of the resolution that you're now not going to address. Well, people don't wear masks properly. They touch them all the time, and this can easily increase the transmission of the virus. More importantly, as the other lady just said, masks make it difficult to breathe. They're a barrier. They decrease our ability to intake oxygen, so oxygen levels drop, sometimes precipitously. They also decrease our ability to exhale carbon dioxide, so CO2 levels rise in the blood. This combination of the altered relationship between oxygen and CO2 ultimately releases a chemical that impairs the immune system. And that's why I think masks are dangerous at worst. Indoors. This situation causes headaches, impaired cognitive ability, fainting, and falling. But we shouldn't stop there, because the virus can enter through any orifice. So we need another resolution demanding that people wear goggles at all times because the eyes are a known route of transmission, even through the ear canal. So we need another resolution that people must wear earmuffs at all times, even indoors. So where does this stop? All men must be clean shaven to wear a mask properly. So we need another resolution that all men need to shave, regardless of their religious requirements. Who should not wear a mask? Any healthy person under 50 who has not been diagnosed with an active case of COVID infection. And we only have 145 active cases as of today, I think, in Anchorage, in a population of 250,000 people. That's 1 in every 2,000. 80% of whom will have mild or mild symptoms or no symptoms and will recover without difficulty. So I think we're just treating ourselves by mandating masks under these conditions. Anyone with a compromised lung system from any source, and that includes me. Anyone with an impaired immune system, especially anyone with cancer, because the low oxygen environment created by masks facilitates the growth and spread of cancer. And all children, it's useless for children to wear a mask. So, here is my first act of civil disobedience. I will not wear a mask. Thank you.
Thank you.
Ms. Priestley, Mr. Chair.
Any questions?
Yes, one question. You sign your letters MD. Where do you practice medicine?
I'm retired presently. I've had a practice in Los Angeles and Anchorage.
Thank you.
But I have a current medical license.
Thank you. We'll go ahead. Looks like there's one more question for you, ma'am. And Ms. Allard.
Thank you.
Thank you. All right, welcome.
Hi. Sorry. Hi, my name is Cynthia Gotchpine. I'm here in support of PSL Anchorage as well as Ms. Karen. I have a question, and it is actually specifically for Mr. Berkowitz. There is a current petition called Justice for Dalen, which has 3,361 signed signatures. The petition asks for 4 things. One, that a public and personal apology is given to Dalen's family due to the mayor's insensitive comments on June 5th at the George Floyd rally. 2, that Dalen's case is reopened so that his family can get many questions that they have answered. They have been told that due to his case being closed, that some of the evidence is not open for them to see. 3, there's a law, they want a law enacted that all future deaths by APD officers while on duty have an independent review. And 4, APD officers be required to wear body cameras during every civilian interaction while on duty. My question for Mayor Berkowitz is, have you read this petition? And if you have, what is your stance on those 4?
Mr. Mayor.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Well, I appreciate the 4 questions, and thank you for coming and speaking with all of us today. I have publicly apologized for not acknowledging Dre's death, and I also sent a private message to the family. As for an independent investigation, there is currently a process for an independent investigation involving all officer fatalities. Reopening the case would belong with the State Office of Special Prosecutions. So that's the first 3 questions. And the 4th item is body cams. And so we have begun looking at acquiring body cams for the Anchorage Police Department. So in terms of all 4, I think I've satisfied all 4 of the requests.
Well, as far as the independent review goes, I know that Ms. Karen has gotten a letter saying that they will not reopen to let her see the evidence. So I guess the main question here is what can be done so that she can get the evidence that she's asking? What can be done for that? If she has done all the required process that you all have asked her to do, and yet you are still not giving her the information she's asking for, what more is there to be done?
So I apologize for not saying this more clearly. The investigation is done independently by the state. Even though these are Anchorage police officers, the state does the investigation. They would reopen the investigation if there were an investigation or if there were cause for doing so. So if there are concerns about how the investigation proceeded, those should be brought up with the state.
And if she currently has, and they're telling her that they will not let her see the evidence, then what would be her next step?
Then I would speak to someone at the state, because that is beyond the municipality's authority.
And so it's not your authority at all to give her the information, or you don't have any authority in which to help her. Is that what you're saying?
The Office of Special Prosecution is the one that has the evidence currently, and they would have it within their authority, it's my understanding, to release it. If that's not the case, we can check with the Anchorage Police Department and see, but this is something that the state has control over.
Thank you.
I'll let her know.
Sorry. Welcome.
Hello.
Go ahead.
My name is Kay Ballantyne, and I am a resident of Assembly District 4. I did prepare a statement about masks, and since the mayor is going to put forth that order, I'm going to speak about it anyway. I know that there's a lot of pressure mounting for the mayor to mandate face coverings in public, and so I'm speaking about it tonight. I want to thank those of you who voted against this mandate in the past. First of all, I have a developmentally delayed son. He has already missed 3.5 months of in-person therapy, as well as 3.5 months of church. He is not able to wear a face covering because of his special needs. My question is, would he and otherwise healthy special needs people be relegated to being shut-ins because of such mandates and the public shaming that will ensue? As we all have to acknowledge, there are other medical and psychological conditions that cause people to not be able to wear a face covering. The mayor has stated in his community briefing, a person who has a medical condition that prevents them from wearing a mask should not wear one. If we look at science, we can find studies and medical opinions that support both sides of this issue. The science is not clear, but either side will tell you that it is settled and supports their side. The same is true with organizations such as the WHO and CDC, who currently provide opposite recommendations regarding face coverings. Just because a recommendation or study doesn't support your opinions does not necessarily mean that it is invalid or is misinformation. Putting all of that aside for the moment, I ask you to consider the implications for business owners and employees if the mayor is to mandate face coverings. Such a mandate would turn all business owners, employers, and employees into enforcers. During this time when Anchorage businesses are economically vulnerable, it is not wise to force businesses and their potential customers into this situation. I also ask you to consider the possible effects of such a mandate on the already contentious environment here in Anchorage and across the United States. Mask shaming is a real thing, and a mandate would give supporters of face coverings validation to verbally attack adults and children who are not able to wear them. Shaming and discrimination of any kind is repugnant and should not be used as a compliance tool by any decent society. My final point is, what would be the end game for mandatory face coverings? We know it would not end when deaths and hospitalizations declined, because nationwide, in general, deaths and hospital admittance from COVID-19 are declining, and these mask mandates are being passed in many cities and states. This body has also proven to me that you generally do not end things. For example, when you granted the mayor emergency declaration powers, you said it could be reviewed for termination every 14 days. This has not happened. Now we know that those powers have been repeatedly extended because, for example, ending the emergency declaration would throw a temporary homeless shelter into zoning noncompliance. We don't even have a plan to end the mayor's ever-expanding emergency declaration powers, and so I'm not comfortable with granting the mayor power to start a new mandate. The issue of mandatory face coverings isn't actually a political issue, though it is being forced out of the realm of personal choice and into the political arena. It is a freedom issue. It is an issue about what I do with my own body. Thank you.
Thank you. So for members of the public, we have this section of audience participation until 6 o'clock. So just looking at the people we have in line, I'm not sure we're going to be able to get through everyone. But one thing that would help it move smoother is if we can skip the clapping. I think we can understand where people's points of view are on this. Welcome.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Kathy Hensley. I would also like to make a statement about mandating masks in the municipality of Anchorage. The people of Anchorage are trustworthy to make the best personal decisions for their own health and welfare. Please do not mandate the wearing of masks in Anchorage. This would be extreme government overreach into citizens' lives. Precautions may be encouraged but should not be legislated. The mayor mentioned social norms. Isn't it a social norm to make personal decisions about health and safety? I personally trust each of you to make health decisions for yourself. If a mask seems best, I support your decision to wear a mask. If you choose to not wear a mask, that should also be your right as a free citizen of Alaska and of the United States. I think, as mentioned before, the mask shaming in Anchorage is getting pretty painful to withstand. We shouldn't be putting our citizens through this and showing our children that we can't stand up for our own personal freedoms. Thank you.
Thank you. Welcome.
Thank you. And before I start my official testimony, I would like to say that I am testifying as a personal citizen, not as a state lawmaker. My name is Laura Reinbold, and I am very thankful to be here today, so I really appreciate the opportunity to testify. And just to clear the air before I get into my statements is I do believe pandemic needs to be defined, because, flus go around. Is that a pandemic? I think it's really important to get that defined. Are we always in a state of pandemic? Also, disaster. We need to clearly define disaster. I know our governor, which I try to stay in the lane of the state politics, declared a disaster when one cargo pilot had COVID-19. And I'm sorry, in my opinion, that is not a disaster. So I think this is massive overreach in the executive branch right now, and that's probably one of my biggest concerns with our Constitution is you all should be writing the ordinances, not, and respectfully to the mayor. I've actually always had a respectful relationship with the mayor, but as a lawmaker, I will tell you, I think legislators should be writing, not the governor. And so I think that's very, very important. A separation of powers issues brings peace. It helps provide peace because there's clear lanes for all of us. You all should be having the power of the purse, and you should all be writing ordinances if and representing your people. In regards to the death, I want to clarify this too. The deaths were about 2.5 thousand at the peak worldwide. Now they're about down to 500, so deaths are definitely decreasing. And I believe statewide we have about 270 active cases and about 750,000 people plus visitors. So that's, I believe, roughly around 1 in 3,000 people. So it's nothing to, in my opinion, at this point in time, in regards to, it doesn't mandatory mask wearing is still very controversial. In regards to why there's the 6 reasons that if this was on the table tonight, would vote no, is where is the broad-based, controlled, peer-reviewed scientific research that proves that wearing a cloth face covering will prevent the spread of COVID. Are you going to mandate a specific type of mask? Even amongst the experts, international and national organizations, there's tremendous controversy whether healthy people should be wearing masks all day. We have seen the data that says may or can, but no solid data that says healthy people should be wearing cloth face coverings or even surgical masks all day. If you have it, please share it with me. If you are going to mandate something, you must have the data to back it up and have a responsible risk-benefit analysis completed prior to even entertaining the mandate. This will help you gain buy-in of the governed, those people that you represent. Second, the liability issue I think is very serious. If the city or government mandates that masks are going to prevent the spread, do they have the science to back that up? Because even the World Health Organization
wrap up, please.
Says no, they will not. There's also negative side effects associated as it's been testified. Another thing is enforcement. Who's going to enforce this? The police. It's going to be very, very costly. And what are you going to do? I would like to.
I got this. Thank you.
In regards to.
Thank you. Welcome.
Thank you. My name is Jeff Clopton, and appreciate the opportunity to talk about the proposed mask ordinance. I know it won't be handled here. Is that better? Okay. I understand that this body won't necessarily be acting on that, but as it seems to be sort of a expansion on what happens in businesses in Anchorage, I think it might be germane to recognize that workplace safety is under the oversight of Occupational Safety and Health Administration, and the code that governs that is 29 CFR 1910. The respiratory section 134 is where it addresses a number of types of ways to protect individuals, workers, but also people in the community from infectious diseases that are airborne and transmitted that way. The code recognizes there are several different types of devices. Typically, the selection of the protection is based on a risk assessment in a workplace condition or setting, and from that you extract administrative controls, engineered controls, and personal protective equipment to protect people from the type of exposure. The concern that I would address to the municipality is that the OSHA regulations do stipulate there's a standard that says how long these would be used depending on the type of face covering, for example. The OSHA guideline doesn't regard cloth face covering as protecting the wearer from the COVID-19. It doesn't regard the surgery mask as protecting the wearer against COVID-19. And N95 masks, there are limitations to how long that can be utilized. The concern I would have for the municipality is, depending on how a mandate is written, it could get crossways with what federal standard states and expose the municipality liabilities for mandating use of a PPE that isn't advocated or espoused by OSHA, for example. And just to, I guess, to echo what has been said before, I think if the municipality has some better science other than what the Occupational Safety and Health Administration has, then perhaps they can present how it is safe to utilize these various measures that they propose or mandate in whatever conditions or situations they require. Thank you.
Thank you. Welcome.
Yeah, good afternoon. My name is Paulina Larenas Pashua, and I'm here to talk about the importance of our parks. I think the city has amazing facilities for our kids to entertain and for families to get distracted among what we're all suffering right now. However, yesterday I have a very unpleasant and discriminatory experience at Westchester Lagoon. There is a cafe shack that used to be used to give opportunity to the kids from the Covenant House to have their first business experience, right? Well, so under the previous administration, under Sullivan, that privilege to our community was taken away and was privatized. So this little shack now is run by a concessionary, by a family. So yesterday, while we were at the park with my children, there was an issue of their children insulting kids, and when I had the audacity to call them out for it, the father came over and started insulting me. He called me disgrace. He called me disgusting. He also said that I'm no longer welcome. I'm not welcome. Never been welcome in America. And he started talking about the American way and how I don't deserve to be here. This was heard by all the kids. This is 4 p.m. in the middle of the park. My kids are there. My kids' friends are there. Those kids are crying. Everybody wants to leave. And their feeling right now is that they're no longer going back to the park. My concern is why a private guy, a private concessionaire, feels that he can go about his way and the kind of relationship he's establishing with the community. I happen to live in the neighborhood, same with the other kids that came along. We were all shocked by his actions. We stopped right there, but he didn't. He called the police and he accused me of grabbing his children by their arms, which is a total lie, but he needs to portray me as an enemy, right? He needs to portray me as a threat. And so he made up a lie. I wonder what would have happened if I was not a documented citizen. I wonder what would have happened to me if the police really show when I was there and I was threatened. I wonder what would have happened if by now my husband, who wasn't it wasn't who he is, and I am not who I am, and therefore I'm in jail today, and my kids don't have their mother. So I think not only because of my experience and because I'm hurt and sad, and my kids are hurt and sad, and they don't want to go back to the park, not only because of what happened to me, but because what potentially could happen to others who are undocumented citizens and have the same rights that I have to have a pleasant time with their family at the park. I hope you consider and review the whatever agreement you have with these people. And I hope they are no longer allowed to run the little shack that belongs to the community, because it's a municipality stand, and go back to the Covenant House so youth can use it for better use. Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
I still got 3 minutes, right?
Yeah, you still got 3 minutes.
All right. My name is Desmond Nation. I'm speaking on behalf of my dead brother, Dalen Polu, which Officer Chief Dahl is not here to present accountability before this conversation, so I'm going to speak to you, Mayor Berkowitz, and the rest of y'all up there. I am a homeless youth. I am black and white, if you did not know, and I am bisexual as hell. All of those put a target on my back, and y'all don't realize that. Y'all talk about COVID openly, but when we bring these topics to conversation, you shut us out. Why is my brother's case openly out into the world? They know he got shot, but they don't know what the cop did to shoot him. We get that you know he died. We get that you know he shot first, but we don't get why you're not being accountable for your sides. Those bullets in the back of his head happened for a reason. That cop is still walking out there. What happened to 3-shot strikeout? He didn't even get one strike. Not even one. And then you guys talk about the homeless community. Do you get that when you sit there and manipulate these young youth into points where they have no choice but to smoke meth, and they can't even come in here because you make them wear a mask? How do they get that simple interaction of hello and goodbye? You guys take away this from, reality of it. You wear masks how she says you don't do it at home. What are you actually showing for your heart? You sit up here and you go on these computers and you put all these initiatives, but yet your heart don't show. It don't. And you expect us to actually correlate with y'all and believe what you say and sit here and lollygag with y'all? No, that is not right. That is not actual human integrity. Y'all should be ashamed. Every man, I am 19. Why am I standing up against y'all? Y'all should literally be leading me and mentoring me into the point where I can use my aggression better in life. I should not be this fucking angry. I really shouldn't. And the fact that I am going against my own mental health, I am bipolar and I go through mood swings. When mental health comes, PTSD, looking at you makes me realize my brother's dead. That shit hurts. Mental health, it's risking people's fucking physical wealth. What about my mental? What about the mental people who was in the homeless shelters, in jail, getting locked up? You want a mask? Put a mask on my brother. He dead now. He can't even breathe. But yet he still is he reciprocates the energy of y'all. It is flawed and is fucked. And the fact that 19-year-olds, people are getting hung in other countries because they're stepping up for their skin color, really? Now they got no masks out there, police brutality wasn't a fucking thing. So many people come up here with no masks, but yet skin color is still something we should be fighting for. I'm 2 minutes, 13 seconds. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to ramble. But, at the end of the damn day, it's really hard. And I really want to, the police says courage to make a difference. Make a difference where? It's put on every single vehicle that you have. And then every single officer probably has an engraved in there, but they're not stepping on it. They're literally stepping on niggas' necks, and they're stepping on their freaking gas. They literally leave their police vehicles running, but that's our hard-earned tax money. What are you doing for us besides using us, getting our resources and putting it into your ass like you gay? No, I'm gay, and I yet get judged for it. Stop dicking people around. It's not fucking okay? Thank you. Y'all gonna hear from me, especially you, sir, because you did not give an apology to my mother. She's sitting right there. That's my chosen family, and she still feels hurt. Yo, please, Chief, you all hired. He ain't here. Last time he was here, he was scrolling on his phone, and he looked at me as if I wasn't some boy angry that my brother died from his officer. That officer pulled me over 2 weeks ago, and you know what he did? Scoffed. I thanked him for not killing me, too. Thank y'all.
Thank you. All right, so 6 o'clock, right? Yeah. Yep. Okay, so that takes us to the end of the initial audience participation. So my apologies. So we
will there be an opportunity to speak later today?
There will be. Yeah, there's a second audience participation later in the day. Thank you. All right. Okay, so now we are at the consent agenda. So consent agenda items numbered 10A through 10F are typically routine and non-controversial items such as bid awards, new business, information and reports, and ordinances and resolutions for introduction. The items on the consent agenda may be approved by the Assembly by a single vote on a motion to approve the consent agenda. Prior to approval, items may be pulled by an Assembly member for discussion and separate vote on each of those items. Under the Assembly Rules of Procedure, all ordinances and some resolutions will have an opportunity for public hearing on a future date. So with that, I'm going to go ahead and go down the dais. I'll start on this side and see what folks want to pull. So I'll start with Mr. Dunbar.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. No items this evening.
Thank you. Ms. Kennedy.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. No items. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Peterson.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'd like to pull 11A. Thank you.
Sorry, can you clarify? Because 11A, we are going to take that one up. That's already on our agenda. It's not on our consent agenda. All of the 10 items are the ones on our consent agenda.
Fine.
Thank you. Ms. LaFrance.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. No items tonight.
Thank you. Madam Vice Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'd like to pull 10A2 for reading, 10B1, 10E4, and 10F1. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Constant.
Thank you. I would like to pull 10D13.
Thank you. Ms. Allard.
No, nothing needs to be pulled. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Perez-Heredia.
Thank you. I believe 10F1 was pulled. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Zolotel.
My items have already been pulled. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Mr. Weddleton.
10F3.
Thank you. All right. Mr. Peterson?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'd like to pull 10A1.
Got it. Thank you.
For reading. Thank you.
All right. Let me go ahead and go through the list. So I have 10A1, 10A2, 10B1, 10D13, 10E4, 10F1, and 10F3. Are there any other items? Okay, hearing no other items, Madam Vice Chair.
Move to approve the consent agenda with the exception of the pulled items.
Second.
Moved and seconded. Any opposition? Not seeing any. That motion is passed. For the public's information, the Assembly has now passed all or accepted all items in 10A through 10E, other than the items that were just pulled, which we will take up next, or that have been introduced for a future public hearing, which are all the items in 10G. If you are here to see action on an item listed on the consent agenda that was not pulled, those items have been passed or accepted. All right, we're going to go ahead and start going through the items that were pulled.
Mr. Chair.
Yes, Mr. Constant?
Thank you. I would like to make a motion to change the order of the day to take up item 10D13 after 10A2, because we have people here who would like to speak and no reason to keep them out through all of that debate. If someone would second, we can discuss why.
Could you restate the item, please?
Yeah, 10D13. Thank you, Jamie. 10A1 and 10A2 are...
hold on. Did we get a second for that?
Yes, Ms. Eller did.
Okay, great. Thank you.
10A1 and 10A2 are reading resolutions to members of the public, and then we have a number of items that are going to have nice long debates, but we have an appointment of 3 members of the Public Safety Commission, and they're here to speak, and so I would love it if the members would just allow that to go after the resolutions for naming.
Thank you. Any further discussion on that motion? Any opposition to that motion? Okay, not seeing any, then we'll go ahead and take up item 10D13 after 10A2. All right, so we now have before us item 10A1, resolution number AR 2020-203, a resolution of the Anchorage Municipal Assembly honoring John G. Wedelich Jerry for 25 years of public service and dedication to our community. What is the will of the body?
Move to approve.
Second.
Moved and seconded. Is there any opposition? Hearing none, that item is passed. Who's reading? Who's presenting?
I'm reading.
Great.
Is he here? Here he is. A resolution of the Anchorage Municipal Assembly honoring John G. Woodwick, Jerry, for 25 years of public service and dedication to our community. Whereas Jerry was born and raised in Texas, after graduating from college, he moved to Santa Barbara in hopes of being an animator for Walt Disney. When that fell through, Jerry traveled to Alaska in December of 1980 to shoot pictures of the Northern Lights. He quickly traded surfing for downhill skiing and has been hooked ever since. Jerry developed an interest in the appraisal profession in 1983. He began his career working for a local fee appraisal firm, and later he started his own appraisal company in 1995. Jerry continued his career at the municipality of Anchorage as a senior appraiser. Jerry showed exemplary initiative in learning mass appraisal modeling, volunteering for appraisal organizations, and developing better appraisal processes. He quickly moved from the senior appraiser to appraiser analyst position. Shortly after developing residential condominium valuations in the computer system, Jerry was promoted again to appraisal supervisor, and finally to his current position as chief appraiser. And whereas for 17 years, Jerry has held the chief appraiser position, there are many tasks that he is responsible for, but there are several important tasks that are most appreciated. Every year, Jerry provides a projected total taxable value to the administration and the assembly, which is used to set the mill rates. He is also responsible for overseeing the computer-assisted mass appraisal system that allows all the staff to keep doing their jobs proficiently. And finally, Jerry is best known for rolling over the annual assessment process so that we can all receive our valuation notices, or as most people say, the green cards, each year. And whereas, in addition to Jerry's annual tasks, he also went above and beyond what was expected. Jerry made a significant contribution to developing a uniform and systematic land valuation system for Anchorage. He also helped establish better oversight of improved property values for the whole city. He helps to integrate all parts of the property assessment system into a single functioning system and made a system built on 1983 vintage technology look and act like a modern system. Jerry has been known to say, as a free appraiser, I had one subject and a universe of comparable sales to choose from. As a mass appraiser, we have a universe of subjects and few comparable sales. And whereas Jerry has taught us that a job can turn into a fulfilling career with the outcome of leaving us all better off. He is positive, hardworking, and is always willing to train new employees with great patience. He has been a team player and always recognized those that are instrumental to property appraisal successes. Jerry will be missed by all who have worked with him. And whereas Jerry has realized his career goal of 25 years of distinguished service at the municipality and worked extraordinarily hard all the way to his last day of work on June 30th, 2020. And
struggling on that.
Now, therefore, the Anchorage Assembly resolves that John G. Woodwick is recognized and honored for his contributions to his 25-year career with the municipality and for his service and dedication to the municipality and the residents of the municipality of Anchorage. Passed and approved by the Anchorage Assembly this 23rd day of June, 2020.
It has been a pleasure working for the city. I know my job is not one that sometimes everyone wants to know, but or like, and we all don't want to pay taxes, even the chief appraiser. But it has to be done that, you know, and my whole concept, I guess, while I've been doing it, is to do it fairly for everyone. So thank you very much.
Thank you. I have a question for you, or comments. Mr. Peterson.
Well, thank you, Mr. Chairman, and congratulations, Jerry, on making it to 25 years. It was a long time ago that we worked together at the Anchorage Times back in 81, 82, and it's good to see you again, and hopefully we'll see you around town in the future. Hopefully you're staying around.
You bet. You bet. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Constant?
Yes, before we take up the next item, just as a matter of, this is not to do with you, sir, a matter of declaration of a potential conflict. I know it's a resolution for reading, but I would still put it into the record that I do still have a real estate license and referral status. And the next person coming up to be referred is selling his home, and I made a referral. And so I will be receiving some remuneration from this individual, but this isn't an item that has an action attached to it, so I don't know. I wouldn't want to be removed from the list of sponsors of this because I do honor and respect the very hard work that this person has done, but I need the will of the body to help me through this one.
Should I just go through the questions on this one? All right. All right, so at the advice of the clerk, I'm going to go ahead and go through the questions. It'll probably be quick. Is the financial or private interest a substantial part of the matter under consideration?
No.
Does the financial or private interest, well, actually with that one, no, then the rest of these don't make sense to go through. So I'm going to declare that you do not have a conflict.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you. Okay, so we now have before us item 10A2, AR number 2020-218, resolution of the Anchorage Municipal Assembly recognizing Jay Stange for his tireless service and advocacy for Anchorage and the community of Spenard. What is the will of the body?
Move to approve. Oh, second.
Moved and seconded. Any opposition? Seeing
Is that to Jay moving, leaving the state?
Hearing none, then that item passes. Who's reading? Who's presenting?
I'm reading, Mr. Chair.
I'm presenting, and Cameron is in spirit. He's on the phone.
A resolution of the Anchorage Municipal Assembly recognizing Jay Stange for his tireless service and advocacy for Anchorage and the community of Spenard. Whereas Jay Stange has lived in Alaska for over 40 years, much of that in the Spenard neighborhood, serving as the Vice President, President, and President Emeritus of the Spenard Community Council, strengthening the collective voice for local community issues and updating residents on baseball scores in real time. And whereas Jay served in the Anchorage School District as a math and special ed teacher, impacting hundreds of youth, and also served as Director of Community Development for NeighborWorks Alaska, empowering leaders in underdeveloped communities so they can build stronger, healthier, more resilient neighborhoods. And whereas Jay was the organizer for the Alaska Center, founded the Alaska Public Campaigns and Media Center, he has served on the board of Friends of Fish Creek, helping with community events such as the Fish Creek Festival, Trick or Treat Fish Creek, daylighting the urban waterway, and whereas Jay has been a vocal advocate for the 15-minute neighborhood, connecting safe streets for pedestrians and bicyclists, while also contributing to planning efforts such as the Spenard Corridor Plan, Spenard Road improvements, Lois Drive improvements, and numerous other capital improvement projects. And now, therefore, the Anchorage Assembly resolves Jay Stange is recognized and honored for his service, advocacy, and contributions to the municipality and the community of Spenard. Now be it further resolved that it's always sunny in Spenard, passed and approved by the Anchorage Assembly this 23rd day of June, 2020.
Welcome.
Thank you much, everybody. It's with a big mixture of blessings and sadness that I'm here today. I want to thank you very much for your support, and thank you very much for everything that you do. It's a hard job that you do to help the city communicate and help it be a better place. And I'm really proud to have played a role here, and look forward to seeing everybody again in the future. And Mr. Chair, with your permission, may I approach the dais?
Sure, go ahead. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Jay.
All right, I have a few folks in the queue for you. First, I'm going to start with Mr. Weddleton.
Oh, well, thank you. So, Jay and I go way back to my very first years in Anchorage, and he was very, very young then. But one of my most memorable moments is, I had worked on getting the Spenard Road project done for several committees, and finally just gave up and moved on with my life. And then Jay stirred it up again and got everybody going, got everyone excited about it, got things back on track. And it was great to have someone to take care of this. And then he moved out of town and left it for everyone else to finish. He came back just in time to do the ribbon cutting, I think. So Jay, what are you running it from now?
Thank you, Mr. Weddleton. I'm just running from the future all the time, and Anchorage has a great one, and thank you very much for everything you've done to support it. I want to let you know that I left my Spenard Road asphalt memento in my office for my successor to keep with honor.
Good. Thanks for your work, Jay. It's been a real joy working with you.
Thank you. Ms. Zolotel.
Thank you. I wanted to add to the list of accomplishments on your resolution, helping me learn how to speak transportation policy. It is no small feat, so thank you. And thanks to you, thanks to your kids, and thanks to your family for giving up so much of your time to let you do so many wonderful things with our community, because it is a family effort. And so thank you to you all.
Thank you. Ms. Quinn David. Oh, go ahead.
No, I just want to say thank you, Ms. Zolotel.
Ms. Quinn Davidson.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Just wanted to echo the comments of my colleagues. And when I first got elected, you just made me feel welcome and taught me the ropes. And you're just a kind, generous, authentic person. And we need more of those involved in local politics. So thanks to you and Jesse and Ira and Lena. We're going to miss you guys. And and I want to say thanks to Jed and Lindsay, too, who drafted this resolution we worked on together.
Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Perez-Verdia.
Thank you. Well, I want to echo my colleagues. For those of you who are listening that don't know Jay, we are experiencing an incredible loss in our city and in our community. You have been such a voice that represents so many people and have created so much positive change in our city. And I just want to thank you so much for the incredible work that you've done. And please know that you'll be missed and remembered in terms of all of the work and the energy that you put in. And I have to say that your meetings in the Spenard Community Council are some of the best meetings I've ever been to. They are positive, they are informative, they are full of energy and life, and I wish more community councils would take up some of the wonderful things that you do in those meetings. So thank you for all of your work, and I wish you the best.
Thank you, Mr. Perez-Verdia.
Thank you. All right, I don't have anyone else. Thank you so much. All right, the next item we have before us is item 10D13, AM 348-2020, Public Safety Advisory Commission appointments. I will ask everyone to come up and pronounce their names so I don't mess that up on the record. So what is the will of the body?
Move to approve. Second.
Moved and seconded. Any opposition? Seeing none, that item is approved. Come on up.
Hello, everyone. Good evening. Wakawinga Kenegnagiaga Kipiyugak, Ataka Janyili, Ataka Annika, the late Libby Wolf. My grandparents are John and Cecilia Cipri, and my great-grandparents are Pearline Axel Johnson. My name is Emily Edenshaw. I am Yupik and Inupiaq. My family is from Umanak, Alaska. I am the mother of 5 beautiful children, 6 if you count my husband. I am the executive director of the Alaska Native Heritage Center, and I'm really honored to be here today. And I just want to say a few words. When this opportunity came up, it was an easy yes for me for many different reasons. One being, I'm looking forward to rolling up my sleeves and doing good work for our people. But correct me if I'm wrong, this might be the first time that 3 Native women have been appointed to the Public Safety Commission. And so with that, it's an honor to serve my community and to work alongside these 2 incredible Native women by my side. And in the spirit and the words of Lieutenant Governor Valerie Davidson, when ordinary people come together, we can do extraordinary things. Thank you, Koyana.
Thank you.
Hi there, Kendra Kloster. I am Tlingit Raven Kiksadi. My family is from Wrangell. And I grew up in Juneau, and I live here in Anchorage now, obviously. Still have family ties all over the state. Appreciate this opportunity to be here and to be standing here with my sisters. We do a lot of work together for the Indigenous community, and also my role as the Executive Director of Native Peoples Action Community Fund. But one of my favorite roles in life is being a mother, and I've got 2 children. And so when we talked about what we want to do for public safety, I often think about my daughter and what kind of Alaska is she going to grow up in, but also for all of our community members too. So I just appreciate this opportunity to move this work forward, see what we can do together, and make sure that our city is safe.
Thank you.
Before I do my introduction, I just want to acknowledge the fine citizens in front of me, that they're not going unnoticed. And this time I just want to acknowledge them here. And my son also acknowledges them and asks, so I appreciate that. Uvanga Charlene Apak, Anupak Siska Akpik, Chinik Miu Gurunga, Suli Kacharvik Miu Gurunga, Uva Eknaga Evan Luklan. So my name is Charlene Apak. My Anupak name is Akpik. And my family comes from Gullivan in White Mountain, Alaska, and I am privileged to live on Dena'ina lands here in Anchorage, and this is my son, Evan Luklan. I wear many hats in our community. I currently work at Native Movement as the Director of Gender Justice and Healing, so we work on lots of social justice fronts there. I'm also the Executive Director of Data for Indigenous Justice, where we use data to support and advocate for our Indigenous community as well. And with Emily, actually, we're in a PhD program at the University of Alaska Fairbanks. So we have lots of hats, but first and foremost, I'm an Inupiaq woman. I'm a mother, I'm a sister, I'm an auntie. And I'm excited to serve and see what we can do together, and I appreciate all of the support that we've had to get here. Did you want to say anything, Sansan? Okay. Koyana.
Thank you. I have a few comments. Mr. Perez-Verdia.
Koinapak, Ariga. I'm so excited that the 3 of you are going to be working on such an important issue for all of us. And I just want to say on behalf of myself and Crystal Kennedy, co-chairs of the Public Safety Committee, that we're excited to work with you and to make our city safer for everyone. So, Koinapak.
Thank you. Ms. Allard.
I wanted to say thank you. This is a big moment for everybody, and thank you for serving our city. Appreciate it. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Mr. Constant.
Yes, ladies, I just am so grateful of your willingness to give to us, our community, of your expertise and your knowledge of some of the struggles and the hardships and also the opportunities that can exist when we are working together. And so it is truly my honor that you said yes. When I first approached Ayu Kasatak, she gave me a little bit of a hard time. She said, expand your circles, and then she pointed me right at you. And so I am going to do everything I can to support you. And the first challenge, I think, is to figure out what that commission can do, and then challenge us to help you do it. Because I think that many of our commissions suffer from a malaise because there's nobody with passion and vigor and a mission. And I know you have a mission because when I brought your name up to the various entities dealing with public safety inside the municipality, you had already met with them all. And so there was no question that you were already beating down the doors to get answers to the important questions and to give your truth. This conversation began for me on May the 5th, which is the day that we recognize missing and murdered Indigenous women and girls. And so this happened before all of the convolutions and intense conversation that began in the last 3 weeks. And so to me, this conversation is a testament to that this body and this community is ready for this conversation before and after what we face today. And so I think it's more important even today now that you are willing to stand up because of everything happening. And again, I'm just grateful you said yes. Let's do some good.
Thank you. All right, thank you three for your service. Okay, the next item we have before us is item 10B1, AR number 2020-221, resolution of the Anchorage Municipal Assembly authorizing the funding of a small business and nonprofit relief program, a rental and mortgage assistance relief program, a child care relief program, and a public lands jobs program. What is the will of the body?
Move to approve.
Oh, second?
Moved and seconded. Ms. Quinn Davidson, you pulled this one?
What do you want me to do, Chris?
Well, yeah, hit the motion that you moved to approve, and then we'll get a second on there, and then...
Well, we already did that,
Did
so
we?
they just need to fill it in.
Oh, there we go. Okay.
Yeah.
So there are a few amendments for this, and Meg, I think, has the first one that's kind of crafted up.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move amendment number 1 by members Constance Zalatal and Quinn Davidson.
Is there a second?
Second.
Moved and seconded. Ms. Zalatal?
Thank you. This amendment emphasizes that the funds distributed to child care providers should be providers that serve low-income families by suggesting the use of the USDA's Child Food Program participation criteria as a proxy for income. And actually, I need to move to amend this amendment, please. The amendment would be on the line where it ends with, or on the line that says, or in the foster care system, closed parenthesis, and all child care providers participating in the child care assistance program, period. And I'm happy to give the clerk my copy.
Could you repeat that one more time in the record, please?
So on the line that says, or in the foster care system, closed parentheses, and all child care providers participating in the child care assistance program, period.
Thank you. The clerk advises me that she has it.
I'll second that.
Seconded by Ms. Quinn Davidson. Do you want to speak to this amendment to the amendment?
Sure. We just got some further clarification that the USDA child care was quite restrictive and wasn't really getting to the entirety of the programs we were hoping to reach, but that adding the priority with the child care assistance program, which is the state subsidy program, does in fact meet the intent of the appropriation. Thank you.
Thank you. And for the folks on the phone, the amendments should be heading your way shortly. Apologies. Ms. Quinn Davidson, did you want to speak to the amendment to the amendment?
Yeah, I want to speak to both, so I don't know. Tell me if I'm going too far because they're kind of related. But I just wanted to give sort of like big picture background. So we've been talking with the administration and with our colleagues here for a month or more about what to do with the money that's coming through the CARES Act. And we've noticed from the beginning and heard from experts that childcare is really an issue. And we know that in order for people to work and be healthy and have a healthy economy, we need childcare. And so we've been focusing on that. But what many of us have talked about all along, and including Mr. Dunbar, who's not on here, is because we can only have 3, is prioritizing childcare for low-income members of our community who are low income, who are also most impacted statistically by COVID. So this amendment adds that extra layer that puts them first and then goes with whatever funds are left, which we expect there to be some left, to all providers. So yes, I support the amendment to the amendment and the amendment itself.
Thank you. Seeing no further discussions on the amendment to the amendment, members may proceed to vote. Oh, Ms. Allard?
Yeah, I just wanted to say I actually visited Bright Beginnings in Eagle River, and I spoke to the staff, and it is heartbreaking to see them struggling to get their facility back up and running. And I believe that we're doing the right thing by passing this, and thank you, Meg, for the amendment, and I appreciate it to the other members of the Assembly. They're really struggling, and I want the people of the community to know that we're not just spending money to spend money. These are businesses that will close if we don't take action and move these things forward, and it is helping out families to provide better during this time. Thank you.
Thank you. Seeing no further discussion on the amendment to the amendment, members may proceed to vote.
Yes. Yes. Did you hear yes?
I did. Thank you, Ms. Kennedy.
Thanks.
Ms. LaFrance.
Yes.
Mr. Perez-Verdia.
Yes.
Mr. Weddleton.
I hate to be the party pooper, but I haven't seen the amendment, and I'm watching online too, and I can't read what's kind of up on the screen. Have the other people who aren't there gotten copies of the email?
Mr. Weddleton, it was a verbal amendment.
I think he's asking for the underline.
That was an amendment to an amendment. I didn't even get the original amendment.
Mr. Weddleton, we're putting it up on the screen, and we have been checking to see if it had been emailed to you, and we are going to email it again.
Okay, yeah, what I see on my computer screen, I can't read when you put it up on the screen. Sometimes I can, but it's a little too fuzzy.
Can we just take a couple of minutes until we email it? We're just going to take a couple minute break until we're able to email it to the members on the phone.
Perfect. Thank you.
It's too early, guys.
Yeah. Mr. Chair. Oh, there they go. There's one.
I got the email.
Okay.
Okay.
And we're on, I have Amendment 2. I got here.
We're on Amendment 1. Think you should have got both?
Yep.
Yeah.
Okay, I did. Okay, got it. Thanks.
Great. Thanks. All right. Do you want to go ahead and do the vote?
Yes, so do we need to redo the vote, or are we okay with just getting Mr. Weddleton to vote?
I think
I just need Mr. Weddleton.
Yeah, just Mr. Weddleton.
Okay. So, Mr. Weddleton, do you understand what the amendment is to amendment number 1?
It would help if you could just reiterate. Thank you.
Okay, I will. In the bold section of the amendment, about in the middle of the paragraph, it says funding shall be prioritized to first providers who meet or exceed the USDA child care food programs participation criteria, i.e. 25% of children enrolled must either be on daycare assistance or in the foster care system. And delete the words if funds remain, continue with all child care providers participating in the child care assistance program, period. Delete the words will then be eligible. And that's the end of the amendment to the amendment.
Okay. Yeah. Thank you.
That amendment to the amendment passes 11-0. We now have the main amendment before us. Any further discussion? Seeing none, members may... Ms. Vogel?
Sorry, my mic isn't working. I just have learned during the course of today that the USDA Child Care Food Program's participation criteria is sometimes 25% of children enrolled must be either on daycare assistance or in the foster care system, but that's not the only participation criteria, so I just wanted the body to understand that. There are different rules that apply to nonprofits, for example, for their participation. So I just wanted everyone to be aware of that, since we do say IE, and it's not just that group.
Thank you. Ms. Kennedy.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I think my question might be kind of along what Ms. Vogel was talking about. I just want to make sure, well, I guess I don't know if I want to make sure or not, but my question would be, do we know that we are particularly excluding anybody from actually applying for these funds? I mean, I understand trying to prioritize, but would this essentially actually keep some child care operators or daycare facilities from actually applying for these assistance program funds? Thank you.
Thank you. Do one of the sponsors want to take that or leave that to legal counsel?
Ms. Vogel has her hand raised. I think I would trust her a lot.
Did you want to speak to that, Ms. Vogel?
Sure. Through the chair, I don't believe this amendment would prohibit that at all. I think this sets a priority, but it does not make any daycare center ineligible, and it does provide prioritizing guidelines for the department. So I would still, should this pass, encourage daycare providers out there to be aware that they are welcome to apply based on this amendment's language.
Thank you. And I think Mr. Falsey might want to add a little bit to that.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. I think the municipal attorney is correct that it wouldn't formally disqualify anyone from applying, but I think we do need to surface some practical confusion about the amendment as it is currently proposed. Right now, we had been intending to prioritize expenditures which were benefiting those who are in the lower income categories. But as written here, the program would now have $10 million, which should be prioritized first to providers who fall into this category. Is that a signal from the Assembly that we are to push all $10 million to those programs until they say no, and then and only then move to further facilities? And I will say it is not clear on its face from us what the intent is there. We have more commentary that we could provide to you from Nicole Lebo or from Natasha Pineda, who are on the line, who are expressing, I will confess, some confusion about how to actually implement this if it passes in this current form.
Sure. Before I turn to the sponsors, Nicole or Natasha, did either of you want to add a little bit more?
Yeah, I'd ask Nicole to jump in. This is Natasha.
Go ahead.
Thank you, Natasha. This is Nicole Lebo. It is my belief, the way that I am reading it, that you would have to first prioritize all of the requests for the individuals who are qualified through the methods that you're qualifying them, and only if there are monies left over after that could the second round of other eligible individuals or entities apply? And we did some quick numbers today. These are all state-run programs, and so it was difficult for us to pull this quickly. But we did some quick math today, and about 30% of facilities will be ineligible as we understand it the way that you've written it. It is also my belief that we need to raise the tide on all of the providers. We don't know which are going to open and which are going to close. We also don't know which will in the future allow for these vulnerable youth to be entering into their program. Further, it would complicate the application process, thus increasing how much it would cost for the outside entity to be doing that application process. Whereas what the health department has put forward is a pretty streamlined process. And as Mr. Falsey said, we do, as the first point of prioritization, say you are able to prioritize families who have vulnerable youth.
Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Mr. Constant.
I'm taking deep breaths right now. We've been talking about this for weeks and weeks. And then late this afternoon, in a stream of 500 emails, the department sends us a fully developed framework by which they would like to expend the funds for childcare. After we've had 4, maybe 5 work sessions on the topic, and now they call into question our priorities and how we are looking at it because they believe we should understand just by some osmotic process, by just knowing what their intention is. And I think that is just, it's mind-boggling to think that we would be able to consume, even though I read it, your policy guidance as we attempt to set policy. I think the language is pretty simple, that the first priority are those people who operate facilities that actually take care of children of middle and low income. That's number one, because those other entities that are serving high net worth individuals can make it, and they have been making it. And so we didn't even exclude those providers from being supported, but we said that the first priority are those who actually take care of poor and middle income children, children who are at risk of not having food in their bellies. That's who we want these dollars to target first. And so I don't know exactly how to interpret the framework that was pretty darn complex that the department has sent forward to us at the last minute before a meeting when we feel compelled to make a decision because babies need to eat. And so I think that the body has done a fair job at communicating that the priority is make sure that the first people in line are the ones that serve the poor in this community. After that, fulfill the commitment to release these dollars as you determine through that framework. We could have another work session. You know, that delays this money from getting into the hands of the people that need it. And so it's just really baffling that we might be expected to have had some kind of meaningful interpretation of the administration's guidance in the way that it was granted to us or handed to us today.
Thank you. Ms. Vogel?
Thank you. I just want to state that I think the amendment to the amendment should eliminate the confusion about other people being ineligible because it doesn't, the original version had said, here's priority 1, if funds remain, here's who else should be eligible. Those words don't exist in this current version. Instead, it says, here's the priority, and it gives 2 groups that are the priority. So I just have a legally different reading on what it means now that the amendment has been amended.
Thank you. Mr. Dunbar?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I just had a point of clarification. Did we actually finish the amendment to the amendment, or are we still?
We did, right? We voted on it?
Yes, we did.
Okay.
Yes.
'Cause I know we had voted it, and then it sort of hung out there for a little bit. And so we got it resolved on the phone. For the administration, insofar as you're worried that this money will be exhausted and there will still be deserving folks out there that won't get it, please come back and ask us for more. I mean, my position originally was that we should fund the entire amount that Thread asked for, which was $30 million. And so I would like to see us pass this amendment, get some money quickly out on the street, and then perhaps in July pass another tranche or two. So thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Seeing no further discussion, members may proceed to vote on the amendment.
Ms. Kennedy?
Yes.
Ms. LaFrance?
Yes.
Mr. Perez-Verdia?
Yes.
Mr. Weddleton?
Yes.
That amendment passes 11-0. We have an amendment number 2. Will someone be putting this one forward?
Yes, I move amendment number 2, which adds on page 2, line 37, that union hiring halls shall be utilized for hiring workers for the public land jobs program.
Is there a second?
Second.
Seconded by Mr. Dunbar. Mr. Constant.
Thank you. There are a few purposes for using the halls for hiring. This does not require that bidders that are awarded be union companies. They also will be allowed to use the union hire halls for these work projects. But what the halls are able to provide is workforce training, on-the-job training, management and safety, basic skills in using the tools that are necessary in public works projects, especially labor. And so the idea here is to also provide the individuals who go through this training skills that will lead them to the possibility of apprenticeships. If the jobs are created and they're successful at the work, then they have a pathway into a great paying future career. So that's the purpose of this amendment.
Thank you. Mr. Weddleton. You're on mute.
Thanks, I'm stumbling around here. Okay, sorry. I don't support this amendment, but I think the reasons for going through union hiring halls, you have trained workers available quickly, are all reasons that anyone who would end up getting part of this $3 million may choose to go to, but to mandate it just doesn't seem necessary. I think if I ran that union hiring hall, I would think I offer a good quality product, and I don't need to have mandates that force people to go to me. I mean, they offer the good things that Chris said, and it shouldn't have to be mandated. So I think, so I don't support this amendment. I think we're in good shape without it. Thanks.
Thank you. Ms. Zoloto.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I do support this amendment because I really want to keep in mind as we move through CARES Act appropriations, administration costs, and where we can utilize systems that already exist. I want us to utilize systems that already exist. I don't want this money being chewed up in administration costs. I want us to get the money to the people in the most expeditious and cost-effective way we can do that. I'd also say I think using union halls is one of the most equitable ways that we can put this money into the community in terms of jobs. The unions have fantastic histories of hiring people of color, women, and reentrants. So I think those are all really important considerations as we move forward with this appropriation. Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Kennedy.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I don't think we ought to be supporting this just because we now limit then who can actually apply for a job. And one of the most important things we can do right now is hire those people who are out there just kind of waiting, especially the seasonal workers that we know have lost their jobs because of the problems with just being able to support tourism right now. And, when I look at the Parks and Rec and what they've been trying to do already just in terms of hiring their summer help, that's been difficult, to be able to put them to work in the seasonal way that they're used to. So there's people out there that are ready to jump at this. It's just a matter of letting them know funds are there and they can start working. So I don't want to see this limited by union hiring halls. So I think we ought to just make sure that we just keep this as open as possible so that we give the opportunity to as many people as possible. Thanks.
Thank you. Mr. Perez-Verdia.
Thank you. I'd actually like to hear from the administration on this one, specifically about sort of the advantages or impediments that this amendment would create in the implementation of this work, and then if this did not pass and it was, as Ms. Kennedy stated, a more open process, what would be the mechanisms that we would use to bring people in and to connect them to this work?
Thank you. Who from the administration wants to respond?
So 2 questions, pros and cons of this in terms of the efficiency of it, and then if it doesn't pass, what would be our process?
Through the chair, Chris Schutte, Director of Economic and Community Development. So the way I heard your first question, Assemblymember Perez-Verdia, the temporary seasonal employees that Parks and Rec typically employs or currently employs for jobs during the summertime already come from the union that represents the majority of Parks and Rec employees, so L71. This doesn't necessarily limit or change the way that it would actually be implemented in real practice. However, I'm sure that there are other avenues or other venues for people who are out of work, furloughed, or underemployed currently to be participating in this project. I'm not as well versed in how they become union members to say how that would happen, but certainly our intent was to make this money available for people that are out of work no matter what their job.
So, Mr. Chair, can I have a follow-up?
Go ahead.
So just so I understand it, you're saying that currently the majority of the workers that would come into a project like this would come from the union shops anyway. Would passing this, limit our ability to, or limit other people's ability to access these jobs?
So through the chair, my original statement was that Parks and Rec seasonal part-time employees currently come from L71, and they will be part of the workforce that can implement this program. However, as we put in the AM and the AR, this is also designed to go through grant programs to some of our nonprofit partners in the community that already do soft surface trail building, rehab, et cetera, et cetera. And so those nonprofit partners, they are the ones with the shovel-ready jobs that are lined up and ready to go for some of this grant funding. And as a requirement of that grant, we would require that they prioritize individuals who are out of work or unemployed, underemployed, or furloughed. I don't, off the top of my head, know how we would execute or implement this for nonprofit contractors who are receiving money to do this work, but we can certainly put our heads to it.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Mr. Constant?
Yeah, thank you. We have a representative from one of the local labor unions that I would like to call up and speak. He's speaking in his personal capacity representing that organization. Mr. Fields, the question really is, do we limit the number of people or how people would hire because they currently aren't a member of a union, and how would that work so that we make sure that this project works?
Thanks, Zach Fields, Laborers Local 341. No, you don't limit who can sign up. Anyone can go to a union hiring hall and sign up. I think the benefits, as Ms. Zalatel stated, is that we track all that to make sure that there's equitable representation among women, minorities, veterans, reentrants. Also, following up on Mr. Schutte's point, he's correct that for municipal parkland, those jobs are going to be Local 71. This amendment doesn't change that. What this amendment does affect is your jobs, say, on Chugach State Parkland, where you're going through a private contractor who, in the absence of this amendment, there's not clarity on how they would hire. So this ensures that whether it's on muni land or whether it's on other land that is not directly managed by the muni, you still have the benefits of those hiring halls. Does that answer your question?
Thank you.
And I guess I should note, one additional thing, process. The process, strictly speaking, should a contractor, say on Chugach State Parkland doing, say, the Hemlock Burn Trail, it's called a one-job agreement. These are very standard. Unions and contractors do them all the time. I've actually already talked to a contractor who would be the type of contractor who would perform the project, and they're familiar with the process. I've also talked to the nonprofits that would be affected by this project, and they understand and are comfortable with the process. Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Allard?
Thank you. My question is, we're using this, and I don't know if it's actually fair to use these dollars in this way, only because I'm not really sure of the correlation of using the CARES Act funds and COVID funds to do this process, because we're supposed to be responsible and be good stewards, and are we actually using the funds properly in the spirit of which they are meant? So is it something that we are sponsoring and giving money for when we wouldn't normally do? And why aren't the unions able to step in and assist their people on their own? Anybody can answer that knows the answer, and I think Mr. Constant kind of beat everybody to it.
Thank you. Mr. Constant?
Thank you. So at the core of every part of this conversation, this plank, is it's a jobs program. And so the jobs that are created through these processes are intended to staunch the flow of unemployment into the community and to ensure that people who are out of work have something to do with their time that will actually pay their rent, pay their mortgage, pay their bills. And so at its core, it is 100% a valid expenditure under the COVID CARES Act funding, because those funds are intended to provide mitigation for the harms that are coming because of the economic ramifications of the pandemic. And so with that in mind, I believe the question more pointedly is, why would we use the halls versus other entities? Is that the most economical solution? And I think the argument is yes, because they have the Alaska Works training program built in, they will be able to train people who don't have skills to go out and wield the tools of construction that are not exactly harmless if you don't do it right. They will be able to ensure that the hiring processes hire women and people of different backgrounds, reentrants, and other people with challenges that wouldn't normally be hired or aren't generally hired under other criterion. And so there's a strong rationale for this to be included in our funding package for the CARES Act.
Thank you. Ms. Allard?
Yeah, I'd like to follow up. So when you put it like that, it's understandable, but we're also looking at using funds, you said, to further because of unemployment, and people have been in positions where they're not working right now. But that would also lead into, why can't we pay for people to attend trade schools, that they could further their education in ways to let them be a little bit more sellable in the private sector too. And then it leads me to think that if this is a union hall issue, then you're looking at possibly folks who don't want to be part of the union we're spending money, and it's almost in a discriminatory manner that we're pushing for this to happen, where people might not necessarily want to be part of the union. Whereas if you're a trade school, you could learn those skills and still become a part of the union or not. So I guess I would have to say I'm not going to support this amendment, but I also want to say that it opens the door for us to put something forward for those who want to be retrained and learn new skills, as putting forward something with trade schools.
And Mr. Chair, one last note, and to that point, I'm sorry, yep. To that point, there is a whole other conversation that's ongoing right now, working with the Home Builders Association to do just that, which is a program to develop a series of weatherization projects for low and middle income homeowners, where we would send in crews of people ideally recruited from the neighborhoods where the work is being done to make structural changes to homes that would reduce the cost of energy and reduce the cost of home improvement down the road. And so that would be one of those projects, and it is further in development, coming as we move down the road of COVID-19 CARES Act funding. So yes, it's on the way.
Thank you. Seeing no further discussion, members may proceed to vote on the amendment.
No.
Ms. LaFrance?
Yes.
Mr. Perez-Verdia?
Yes.
Mr. Weddleton?
No.
That amendment passes 8-3. My understanding is that we have potentially another amendment that's on the way. So we are going to go ahead and move on to other items, and then we will take this item back up Okay. Moving on, we now have before us item 10E4, AR number 2020-205, a resolution appropriating wind tendered $105,000 from the Rasmussen Foundation to the Miscellaneous Operational Grants Fund within the Real Estate Department for the provision of the Chief Housing Officer grant. What is the will of the body?
Move to approve.
Second.
Second.
Moved and seconded. Ms. Quinn Davidson, you pulled this item?
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair. I had sent an email to the administration, and they did get some feedback back to me, but I was just wondering if you could speak to a little bit about this grant, sort of how it ties in with our bigger vision of homelessness and why the shift from one purpose to another.
Through the chair to Vice Chair Quinn Davidson, I might invite Chris Schutte to assist me. But this is the grant that has largely paid for Robin Ward's salary for the last of several years. When it was initially designed, the Rasmussen Foundation had, I think, intended to focus more on the affordable housing and the housing stock issues, which have been long part of the economic development focus for the municipality of Anchorage. In recent years, the emphasis really has switched to homelessness, and partly in to build out some of the missing pieces of the homelessness system. So unlike Nancy Burke, who has focused on the programmatic side of the house, Robin Ward has been in negotiations about potential property type acquisitions. I may have gotten close enough to it that Chris is going to let me stand pat there, but if there are more questions, we're happy to try to field them.
Can I ask a follow-up, Mr. Chair? So then, Robin does so many other things beyond homelessness and is our head real estate officer. I don't know her actual title. But so will she continue to do those things? I'm just confused is this grant only partially fulfill or is only partially used for her salary and the other parts are real estate or...
So through the chair to the vice chair, yes, she does wear at least 3 hats. She is the director of the real estate department. She is the head of the Heritage Land Bank system, and she is the municipality's chief housing officer. I don't believe this covers the entirety of Ms. Ward's costs, but she does do all 3 of those jobs. And this doesn't represent a change from the status quo. This represents a continuation from the status quo.
Sounds like it's just a more accurate description of the work that she's been doing, perhaps. Okay, great. And then that's enough. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Ms. Zolotel.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I guess I would like to understand a little bit how this is going to play out in practice. I think there's been some frustration around implementation of policy around homelessness and kind of the mechanics of that. So what can we hopefully, if the new focus will be on sheltering and housing, it will just be something that Ms. Ward is now going to spearhead? Or I guess I just need to understand a little bit more about how this is going to play out. How is it going to be value added for our homelessness response?
Through the chair to Assembly Member Zalatel, I may be stretched to the point where I must insist that Chris comes and helps me, but I'll try it one more time. It is the case that Ms. Ward has been increasingly involved in the conversations with the private funding group. So you'll recall that there was the big announcement of the $40 million, which didn't previously exist. That actually creates a new kind of coordination work and a new potential workflow that Robin has been more involved in, that hasn't duplicated any of Nancy's efforts, but which has been supplemental to them. So she's been largely pointed the spear with the Dick Monsagers and the Diane Kaplans of the world. In addition, for the actual COVID emergency, Ms. Ward has been really integral to a lot of the work that we did on standing up the Sullivan Arena and the Boki and the Dempsey as part of the mass care unit. That's as far as I think I know how to take it, unless there are more questions.
Okay.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Seeing no further discussion, members may proceed to vote.
Ms. Kennedy.
Yes.
Ms. LaFrance.
Yes.
Mr. Perez-Verdia.
Yes.
Mr. Weddleton.
Yes.
That item is approved 11-0. We now have before us item 10F1, AIM 87-2020, Internal Audit Report 2020-06, Emergency Vehicle Preventative Maintenance Anchorage Fire Department. Madam Vice Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'd like to move to postpone to the meeting of July 14th.
Second.
Moved and seconded. Madam Vice Chair?
Yeah, my understanding, Mr. Chair, is that there'll be a committee meeting later this week to discuss this, and we want to postpone it so we have the opportunity to hear about it in the committee.
Thank you. Any discussion on the motion? Any opposition to the motion? Seeing none, then that item will be back before us at our next meeting. We now have before us item 10F3, AIM 86-2020, AMC 3.102.101B Annual UAS Report, which is Unmanned Aircraft System. What is the will of the body?
Move to accept.
Second.
Moved and seconded. Mr. Weddleton, you pulled this item?
You know, I was just curious. I think it's amazing the amount that we use drones for these kinds of things. It was nice to see the report. But if someone from the administration could let me know, were any of the uses, did any of the uses require a warrant? And if they did, how did that work out?
Through the chair to Assemblymember Weddleton, I'm sure the answer to that question is yes, but I don't know any of the specifics given the list that we have put in front of you. I think the best I could offer is to take that question and to follow up with you after the meeting.
Okay, that'd be fine. Thanks.
Thank you. Ms. Allard?
Thank you. I wanted to ask the administration, can you give us a little bit more detail on the works of this? Like, how does this work with the drones?
Through the chair to Assemblymember Allard, we started a community conversation now probably 2 or 3 years ago where we realized that there were a number of programs that could be much more effectively and efficiently conducted with the use of drones. But we also know people have a lot of legitimate concerns about broad spread use of drones. And so we tried to do this in a very transparent way and with a lot of thought and deliberation. What we ended up doing as use cases was that we have found that we've been able to do utility survey work with drones more rapidly. We have been able to do missing person and suspect searches with drones more rapidly. When we had the MLK fire, we were able to find some hot spots in the MLK fire area. But ultimately, the Assembly took up an ordinance that put restrictions on the use of the drones, said things like the drones can never be weaponized, that the drones can't be used in violation of civil rights, that we'd have to do an annual report like this so that we are telling you this is how the drones have actually been used. I'm happy to provide more information. I think the first go around we had more drone use on different departments. The Solid Waste Services had used it to measure the remaining airspace in the landfill. This go around it looks like it was just MLMP, Parks, and the police department. And then the previous year was not only solid waste in addition to that, but also I know the port. But we have tried to make sure that the community is aware of what we're up to and that if we have caused any discomfort, we'll be able to answer those questions.
Can I do a follow-up?
Sure.
So I guess my question also is, when the drones are up, I've had people down in Eagle River concerned a little bit about it, and I support this. But my question is, when they're up, can they identify whether it's a private drone versus a Muni one? So they don't get, I know there's a rule. I don't think we can shoot them down. I get that. I just want to make sure that people don't feel that their space is invaded and this is used in a professional manner.
Yeah, through the chair to Assemblymember Allard, I am not sure practically how a person would identify whether a drone was a private drone or a municipally rented or owned drone. I think the only drones that we still own are in the police department, and the rest of them we have procured through private vendors. So practically, I'm not sure that that's one that we'll be able to answer. But certainly, if folks ask whether we have flown a drone that they were concerned about, eventually, and hopefully in short order, we'd be able to say that was ours or it wasn't.
Thanks. Mr. Constant?
Thanks. Bill, you just kind of raised a thought that I hadn't heard before, that the community is now in the business of renting drones. And I'm okay with that. I can imagine a number of reasons why we would do that. I'm curious, would we ever contemplate renting a drone for law enforcement uses? Because I think that's where all of this conversation about the reporting came around, and we certainly don't want to create a workaround through rentals that we would be using rented drones for law enforcement we don't have to report on, right? And so I agree that there's some great uses. So what are your thoughts on that?
Yeah, through the chair to Assemblymember Constant. So I should be clear. My understanding is the only drones that we own are owned by the police department. I would have to confirm with the chiefs, but I can't imagine we would ever involve private vendors in a law enforcement activity. Meanwhile, all the other drone activity that we're reporting are the times that we have procured the services of someone else with a drone. So last go round, I can recall we had procured the services of a drone flight from the University of Alaska Anchorage, who helped us map the landfill, and from just a communications firm that did some work for us on the port with some sort of promotional kind of videos. So rest assured that this report is intended to cover all drone use anytime in the municipality, whether we're putting up our own drone or we have hired someone to do it for us.
Thanks very much. That's clarifying.
Thank you. Mr. Dunbar.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And I want to thank the administration for this report and sort of take people back a couple of years when we passed this ordinance. Initially, the police department was resistant to the idea of us putting in code restrictions on their use of drones. They wanted to do it by internal policy. And this body decided that we wanted to make it more durable and more transparent, and so we put it in the code. This is a sort of a little preview for an ordinance that may be coming in the near future to try to put more of the APD's policies into the public realm. And I appreciate that the administration was cooperative on this ordinance and continues to cooperate on this ordinance. One of the other requirements of the ordinance was that drones would not be used for routine patrol. And unfortunately, the chief isn't here tonight, but looking at this report, there are a couple of points that seem to be kind of on the edge to me, and so it's a conversation that I want to have further with the police department. But again, I think this report is an example of what can happen when we put things in code and when this body takes a more active oversight role of the police department. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Seeing no further discussion, members may proceed to vote.
Ms. Kennedy?
Yes.
Ms. LaFrance?
Yes.
Mr. Perez-Verdia?
Yes.
Mr. Weddleton?
Yes.
That item is accepted 11-0. Okay, with that, we're going to go ahead and take a...
Mr. Chair, I do have that final amendment if we want to take that up and get over, or we can take it up when we get back. Doesn't matter to me.
We'll take it up when we get back.
Thank you.
So we're going to go ahead, take 20 minutes, and when we come back, we will finish up discussion on item 10, Bravo 1. You on the phone?
I am here.
Cameron, are you on the phone? Cameron?
Yep, I'm here.
And Suzanne?
I'm here. Thanks.
Thanks. All right, so we're going to go ahead and go back to item 10, Bravo 1. Okay. All right, so we have amendment number 3. Is anyone going to make a motion on this amendment?
Yes, I move to approve amendment number 3, which is an amendment to provide some flexible funding to the administration in the process of addressing the COVID pandemic.
Is there a second?
I'll second.
Thank you.
Second.
Mr. Constant, do you want to speak to it?
I do. So, way back when, some weeks and weeks, maybe months ago, when we first learned of the funds being appropriated to us, we made a request of the administration. And the request of the administration was that they not use these funds under the emergency powers, which they have the right to do according to the code. And they committed to us that they would only use funds appropriated by the body. And that was a big commitment by them. And so this amendment would increase the amount of funding out of the CARES Act appropriation from $20 to $23 million and would allow the administration a flexible fund that they could use to address short-term critical needs in between the meetings that we have and address to us on a monthly basis the nature of the expenditures that they make. And so effectively, this I'm a deal maker in my professional life, and to me this is the fair other side of the deal of them making a commitment to not spend outside of the appropriation for us to appropriate them just a small amount of the total available so they have the ability to spend in a flexible manner should the need arise. So that's my proposal.
Thank you. Ms. Zolotel.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I have a few questions about this. What are the short-term critical needs that the administration may encounter, and how would those be different from the emergency appropriations the administration is already making? I don't see a distinction, but if there is one involving CARES Act funds, I'd like to learn more about that.
Someone from the administration want to answer?
I don't know. This is Jason Bockenstedt. I don't know if there's any particular project that we have on the top of our list right now. I think that there's always the need for some additional flexibility, and if this goes through this process, we don't necessarily have to use the emergency process to do it, and it just is, I guess in our mind, probably a little bit more transparent and on what we're doing, and as the amendment says, we're required to report once a month on any of the expenditures that we do make through this fund.
May I ask a follow-up, Mr. Chair?
Sure.
Thank you, Mr. Bockenstedt. I appreciate that. How does this make it more transparent? Because either way, the money is spent without any oversight until after it's spent, and it's come through via report. Well, I guess another way to maybe say that is, why would we change what we're already doing in the course of this emergency?
I mean, I think the response would be, if that is the will of the body that wants us to continue to go through the normal process of coming and asking for emergency appropriations, I mean, I think we can continue to go that way. This was just another proposal to do it differently.
Thank you. Mr. Dunbar.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And I think that, on the one hand, I do think that in general we could use the emergency ordinance process. On the other hand, I'm going to support this for at least two reasons. One is it just so happens that our calendar right now, it's 3 weeks until our next meeting. We have an unusually long break. And as we've seen in the last 3 weeks, 3 weeks is an eternity under our current set of circumstances. It is true that the chair could call us back for an emergency meeting, but if this allows us some flexibility for the administration to take quick action, I think it's something that I would support. The other thing is, Mr. Mayor, as we spoke about at the beginning of this meeting, if you do go forward with some kind of mask mandate and your municipal manager or others can find a source where we can purchase a large amount of masks that could be distributed for free to our populace. This is the kind of funds that you could use, and so I hope that you seriously consider it if we pass this amendment. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Ms. Kennedy.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I understand the idea of having some funds that maybe aren't quite so restricted or tied down or there for the spur of the moment thing. But I also believe, along with the line of questioning that Ms. Zolotel started and Mr. Bockenstead answered, is there are avenues for emergency funding that allow a lot of that to be taken care of. So I guess my concern is that $3 million is still quite a lot of money. And I certainly wouldn't want it to be considered to be there and available for, say, putting earnest money down on purchasing some property or, some kind of deposit on something like that is part of a bigger conversation that we would have to have as a whole assembly. So I'm pretty hesitant to move forward with something like this, even though I certainly understand where there could be some value to it. At the same time, I don't think we really need it. I think we already have processes for that. So I would rather not just throw something out there like that, especially when the administration hasn't actually asked for it. Thanks.
Thank you. Mr. Weddleton.
Well, thanks. I think this is a nice thought and gesture on behalf of Mr. Constant. Mr. Bockenstead or someone, we've authorized a substantial amount of spending, for a lot of what that we're doing, the things, the Solar Marina and the running the Castine and so on and all those things, and approved amounts that would lead into the future. I mean, do you foresee that you will need more, $3 million in a short amount of time?
The exact question that you asked, I might actually ask Mr. Falsey on the EOC side if there might be the need for some additional funding. But I think, as Mr. Dunbar said, I think there's the opportunity for the purchase of masks if we decide that's what we want to use some of that on. But I might defer to Mr. Falsey if there is a huge need on the EOC side.
And I may further pass the torch to Mr. Wilbur in the sense that I am keenly aware that our emergency operation response continues to have a lot of expenditures. So operating the Sullivan is, for instance, not an inexpensive thing. We've had to come back to the Assembly to replenish the bucket from which we are drawing the funds. So there may be a liquidity advantage to this, but as I sit here now, I would have to defer to Mr. Wilbur, who I think is not even with us. Or is he? No? Maybe someone else may be able to help me on that front, but I would have to get back to you with more details.
Anything further, Ms. Kennedy?
Well, I guess, it is interesting, kind of the non-committal answer by the administration. So it just kind of reinforces the fact that, they're not asking for this. They're not really, they don't really have anything in mind at this point. So it really may be unnecessary. But thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. I may have confused the queue, but Mr. Weddleton?
I think I'm okay. Thank you. But $3 million would buy an awful lot of masks, and if we get that kind of compliance, I will be very impressed. Thanks.
Thank you. Ms. Zolotel.
Thank you. This is a question for the sponsor. It says, this money would be to quickly respond to COVID-19 related issues in a timely fashion. I guess I'd like to know more about the sponsor's intent in terms of what those might be, because what I've heard described so far, whether it's the Sullivan Arena or something which is related to the EOC, wouldn't those expenditures would be done under FEMA and be FEMA reimbursable. So I'm still trying to make that distinction between emergency operations and kind of what the CARES Act is doing.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So this gets into what I call the Rumsfeldian dilemma. There are known knowns, there are known unknowns, unknown knowns, etc. And we find ourselves in a time and a place when extraordinary things are happening. And I haven't seen a dollar from FEMA come across our table yet. I'm not confident that they're going to be there, but what I do know is problems are going to continue to come up, some of them very short term and quick turnaround. And so for me, it was a simple act of fidelity to the commitment that the administration made that they wouldn't go making appropriations of these CARES Fund dollars without coming to us for appropriation, that we, in order to be kind of honoring the other side of that equation, will say, okay, and here is a small set of the funds, small proportionally, of the funds that we have received that you are flexibly able to utilize for the needs that you determine in the short term to be essential for the efforts of the administration to meet the goals of the economy, of the emergency response, who knows what. And so to me, it's just a simple act of kind of being a good partner across the dais with the administration and the Assembly.
Thank you. Ms. Allard.
Thank you. I have concern about just basically writing a blank check for $3 million. As an individual, I was put here by the people, and I believe it's important to have full transparency. I would prefer for the Assembly to come together as a body to make these decisions. And if that means that the chair calls us together for an emergency meeting, then that's what I would prefer, to have input and speak on behalf of our communities. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Constant?
Just to be clear, currently as the power is, this mayor could spend $156 million of CARES Act money without asking us a single thing. He actually could. That is a power that he has been granted, and that is the reality of the funding. And so, but they have made a good faith commitment. And their commitment is they're going to work with us because a city is better managed when it has an executive and a legislative branch working in concert together. And so, to me, that's the answer. But I understand everyone has to make their own calculus on this question. And to me, it's a straightforward question. So, looking forward to the vote. Who knows? I may lose.
Thank you. Ms. Zolotel.
I move to amend. Sorry. And fix my face covering. I move to amend this to $1.5 million. So it would just be amount to exceed 1.5, and then further within it would be the same calculus.
Is there a second?
I'll second that.
Ms. Zolotel.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I get where Mr. Constant's coming from. I definitely want to work in partnership with the administration. I do think, though, that with no articulable need, some ideas tossed out from like Mr. Dunbar, which I would wholly support, aren't at the $3 million range before we would get back together. So I think this is a decent compromise. It provides that flexibility, and it's well within what we've seen in the emergency expenditures on kind of a month-over-month basis in terms of some of the things that are ongoing. So I feel a little bit more grounded in the historical data of what we've received and the information we've received. Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Allard, on the amendment to the amendment.
Excuse me. So Mr. Constant had brought up FEMA resources, and I believe that we could get somebody on the line to speak to you in regards to this. Or do you want me to postpone that for?
Do you have someone from the administration on the line to talk about FEMA reimbursement?
Let me confirm. Yeah, it would be with I'm wanting to say Department of Military and Veterans Affairs, or with the federal FEMA. Can you just come back to me?
Sure, I can come back to you.
It could be value.
Mr. Gates?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I saw that all the speakers were done, and before the vote, I wanted to make sure we see the last line of this amendment. We need to make sure the Chief Fiscal Officer certifies the amount, because this is increased from a total of 20 to 23, and that's just a code requirement that we get fund certification. If we could ask Mr. Slivka.
Through the chair, Mr. Constant has stated it correctly, so I can certify that we do have the funds for the 1.5 million or the 3 million increase.
Thank you. Ms. Allard?
So I was just given information that says that so it is Department of Military and Veterans Affairs, and it is Brian Fisher. And they said that the state actually has requested FEMA assistance, and they can respond immediately. And they want to respond almost with unlimited resources. This gives your administration full power to spend as they see fit. And I can get that information with Brian Fisher, sir, just to help out the body, just to help out the administration so that you guys can use these funds as you see fit.
I guess through the chair, I just would clarify there's two things you're dealing with. You've got those federal rules on the money, and also, but we have the municipal rules on appropriation. So this is why we have come to you repeatedly to ask for monies to spend, which we have been spending on the COVID-19 pandemic, which we have asked FEMA for reimbursement. So you are correct that FEMA is making the money available, but we still have to come to you and ask permission to spend the money, which is what we are doing.
Thank you. Ms. Kennedy?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I appreciate the amendment to make it quite not so large a sum, but at the same time, then I think, wow, considering how we're spending money in the $5 million and $10 million range, how does $1.5 million even, is that even meaningful for something that could come up that needs immediate attention? And, so I can understand if the idea is to have some petty cash, if you will, for $100,000 or $250,000 or something like that. But again, it really gets kind of confusing as to what the real value of that kind of funding would be, especially versus the idea that if we're really doing some major projects and things are really needing some attention, chances are it's going to be something that's worth more than $1.5 million. So anyway, again, this gets complicated and confusing, and I guess I'm still trying to figure out, is this really necessary? Is this really a good use of funds to have sitting there, in that amount for just, some kind of inexpensive short-term need? Anyway, thank you.
Thank you. Seeing no further discussion, members may proceed to vote on the amendment to the amendment.
Ms. Kennedy?
No.
Ms. LaFrance?
Yes.
Mr. Perez-Verdia?
No.
Mr. Weddleton?
Yes.
The amendment to the amendment passes 8-3. We now have the amendment before us. Any further discussion? Seeing none, members may proceed to vote.
Ms. Kennedy?
No.
Ms. LaFrance?
Yes.
Mr. Perez-Verdia?
I'm sorry, I need to ask a question. We're voting still on the amendment, not the main motion, correct?
Correct. You're voting on amendment number 3 that as amended.
Right, great. Thank you. Yes.
Mr. Weddleton?
Yes.
That amendment passes 9-2. We now have the main item before us. Mr. Dunbar.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Schuette, would you be willing to speak a little bit? You and I had spoken via email, and I'm not sure if you sent the whole body of the email. We've received so much in the last day that it might have gotten buried. But Before I agree to expand the small business loan program, I'd like to hear you speak a little bit about the equity concerns. I know a number of people on this body want to make sure that this program does not suffer from some of the problems that the PPP program at the federal level has, where black and other minority-owned businesses were largely shut out of the first round. So can you speak at all to the equity concerns of this program?
Through the chair, Chris Schutte, Director of Economic Community Development. Assemblymember Dunbar, so the $1 million pilot program that this body funded for small businesses and nonprofits, we're still dispersing those funds. As you recall, we set up an application process that then led to a random selection process for picking the winning applications. And then the due diligence occurs on the backside. So while it was fast and easy to stand up and accept applications and select awardees, the heavy lift for our contractor at Cook Inlet Lending Center is now, where they are completing their due diligence and going through those awardees. We have not dispersed all the funds yet, and the reason I'm telling you this long-winded story is because, as we promised you, when the program funds were dispersed, we'd have an opportunity to report back to the body on the full findings of the pilot project, how the money was spent, et cetera. And so I'm not quite there yet because we've only gotten through 2/3 of the check writing, if you will. However, I can give you some high-level stuff, data points about the applications that we received that can help paint a little bit of a picture to answer that question, though probably not as fully or completely as you're requiring. The total number of applications that program received, and it was a very short window, if you recall, it was about 2 weeks, well, maybe 15 days. We had 717 applicants who made it through. Of those applicants, we were able to look at the zip code used for the business application and then do a comparison to the HUD census tracts to identify applicants that came from the low-income census tracts. And it's not a precise science because zip codes and census tracts don't exactly line up, but it's pretty close. Of those applicants, we had 278 at least who come from those qualifying low-income census tracts across Anchorage. Of the 717, we had 340 that were sole proprietorship applicants, which was pretty astounding to see. And keep in mind, sole proprietorships can often be mom and pop type shops, small businesses. Of those 717, we had kind of a disappointingly small 59 nonprofit C3 applicants and only 6 C6s. You commented on the problems with PPP and EIDL and some of the other funding sources available for small businesses. Nonprofits in the C6 classification really got the short end of the stick up until this program. And so we were a little bit saddened to see that so few applied for this, but certainly in future funding tranches, that will be a sector that we really doubled down on. Even though they're only 2/3 of the way through, what I did to look at the awardees and the distribution of awardees is I just grabbed the first 10 checks that we had written and looked at them. And of those first 10 checks that we had written, I am able to verify that 3 of them came from businesses that are located in low-income census tracts here in Anchorage. So that's unfortunately the partial picture I'm able to paint tonight. I don't have enough detail to paint the full picture.
Mr. Chair, can I ask a quick follow-up? Thank you, Mr. Schutte, and I appreciate that, and I do intend to support this measure. I realize that the timing was a little off, but this is our last opportunity to pass this money until July, and I want to get this money on the street. My question is, it's one thing to say that a business is in a low-income area. It's another to find out if it actually is owned by a person who lives in that community or is a person of color. And so are we prevented in any way from taking that demographic information? Are we limited, or is it just we haven't been able to do that analysis yet?
So through the chair, Assemblymember Dunbar, that was not a required question on the application to be an applicant for this program. The demographic data or the level of demographic data that you're requiring will be accomplished through follow-up surveys with applicants and awardees.
Okay, but just to confirm, we are going to do it. It's just going to take a little while.
Correct.
Okay, and I appreciate that, and I think that most of my colleagues on the body, if not all of them, share the desire to see this equitably distributed. Thank you, Mr. Schutte. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Ms. Zolotel?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Shifting gears to the work program that's in this item, I just want to highlight that this work program, while I support it, and I think it's a really great first step to move forward and get people back to work, it does exclude those who cannot do physical labor, and that I hope as we continue to look at the jobs and have a jobs and workforce conversation that we consider employment opportunities for residents of all abilities. I know trails is, it's a quick, easy, shovel-ready thing to grab. That's fantastic. And some of the others might be a little bit harder, but I really want to encourage us to dig deep, that we really look at the data and that we get as many people back to work as possible. Thanks.
Thank you. Mr. Constant?
Thank you. And Ms. Zolotel, I 100% agree with your the point you've made that we have a whole set of individuals who just aren't qualified for this work, and there isn't something there at this time yet to meet that goal. And so I will work closely with you to make sure that we do hit that target, and I think it should be at least 10% or more, because there are numbers of people who just don't fit into the model of can swing a hammer, can kick a shovel into the earth. And so I strongly agree with you. But Mr. Schutte, Chris? With his boss. I know, the boss is. So maybe, Chris, sorry, I wasn't quite there yet with the answer to Mr. Dunbar's question. The answer I think I heard was we're not requiring the information to be gathered on the front end, but we're going to do surveys on the back end. Is there a method by which we can make a final payment requirement that you submit that information, or some other method to ensure that people answer those questions? Because it sounded awful lot like it was a voluntary question.
So through the chair, Assemblymember Constant, the questions on the application to be eligible for this fund did not require that an applicant divulge that information. So yes, the surveys will occur after the fact. They will be voluntary responses. So we probably will not get 100%, and there will be an information gap. However, I feel confident that with 717 applicants and even more people who maybe didn't have a complete application that didn't get through that first phase of review, we should have a pretty healthy survey response rate and a universe to look at.
So that raises the question of why don't we, because we haven't yet put these funds out there, at least not for another 5 minutes maybe or so, make that a requirement of the application process. It's a simple form, answer a couple questions, one page that could be added to the application. I just don't understand why we wouldn't want to get in front of it instead of having to spend extra time and money to try to catch a percentage on the back end.
So through the chair, Assemblymember Constant, in putting together this program, and in particular putting together the application process and the application itself, we relied heavily on some input from our industry partner friends, including Lori Wolf from the Foraker Group, John Bittner from SBDC, and others. One of the key recommendations that came from those entities that have been following the impact of COVID on small business and nonprofits is that you have to make all of this as simple and easy and low barrier as possible. And their recommendations were to not have questionnaires or applications that ended up feeling like questionnaires. So we simplified the application process. We collected the absolute bare minimum that was needed to verify eligibility, and then we made it a self-certifying application, meaning the applicants had the easy part, which was sending stuff in. Silk has the hard part in doing the due diligence and verifying on the tail end.
So it's a matter of expediency. We've gone through the initial phase. We know it works. Can you, I don't want to put a requirement on this money because I want to get this out the door, but it just seems like actually more burden to try to do it on the back end. I just don't understand why we don't add one page to the simple form that is a voluntary answer, or it's not a disqualifier. You know, there isn't anything that we're talking about that says if you are X, Y, or Z, you are disqualified. It's just simple data gathering like name, address, zip code.
Yep. Through the chair, some of that information you just listed was collected, but we can certainly talk about future tranches and data collection on the front end.
What he said was future, not this $5 million.
Thank you. Mr. Perez-Verdia.
Thank you. I'd just like to make sure I've been hearing a bit from the administration here or there, but I guess I am interested. I know that the mayor is a co-sponsor on this, but I feel like I'm hearing sort of mixed reviews can I hear from the administration in terms of their support for this, and hear definitively that they believe that this is the right course of action for the use of these funds?
Through the chair, Assemblymember Perez Verdia, absolutely. This is a proposal that we brought forward for the Assembly, so we fully support all of the proposals that are within this resolution.
Okay. Thanks, Mr. Chair.
Thank you.
Sorry, Mr. Rivera.
Thank you, Madam Vice Chair. So, yeah, I appreciate some of the discussion that we've had specifically around outcomes, and I think this discussion really emphasizes the process that we have worked so hard on over the last couple of months now, and the need for us to work diligently and quickly to ensure that we are meeting the outcomes that we hope to. Because if we had been able to work more diligently, perhaps we would have caught this 10% to ensuring that those who are differently abled are able to take benefit of this jobs program. Perhaps if we had been able to organize ourselves, we would have looked at perhaps some type of language in this small business and nonprofit relief program to ensure equity. And, just sitting here, I'm not exactly sure what that would look like. But I appreciate the administration's effort to put this forward, and I hope that they will work with the Assembly, continue to do so as we move forward with the remaining dollars of the coronavirus relief fund through the CARES Act dollars. So I'll be in support of this, and hope that we don't get any other packages in the very near future until we're able to talk about some of these outcomes and goals that we hope to achieve with the money before we continue to spend. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Rivera.
Ms. Allard.
Thank you. Okay, so I'm probably going to get a little passionate here on this one. I'm going to address this probably to Assemblyperson Dunbar and Assemblyperson Chris Constant. And the reason I'm bringing this up is because I keep hearing in regards to small businesses, and I don't like to a lot, but I'm just going to go there. As a person who is Hispanic, first generation born here in the States, I am so tired of everybody referencing color. Here's the bottom line. When you fill out an application for small businesses, they don't need to ask what color you are, because it should have no bearing whatsoever of whether they get the loan or not. Now, if they're not credit qualified, there is a discrimination process we can go through if they feel they were discriminated based on that, which then would go to the Human Rights Commission. But if you keep putting out that there's discrimination without it even being disclosed, the person of color, it really puts a wedge between what we're trying to do to come together as a community. We want business opportunities for everybody, regardless of what skin color they are. So putting that on the front end can open it up to discrimination, and we are trying to prevent that. I want everybody to have the equal opportunity to be able to apply for these loans without discrimination being on the forefront. If I agree with Mr. Schutte, if we want to follow up with this and do a survey afterwards, perfectly fine. I think that's a great way to move forward. I just want us to come together as a community and not make this about race. Just apply as we can apply.
Thank you. Mr. Constant.
Thank you. For my part, I never mentioned race, but I always mention economics. And I happen to be the elected representative for the majority-minority district in this town. I agree. Okay, I'll rephrase it for you, Mahogany, that I represent the district where there is a higher population of people other than white. By majority. It is. And the opportunities have flown to the neighborhoods of this town where people of privilege and people of wealth have gathered. And it is by far the neighborhoods of this town that are white. We have a duty to make sure that the people of this town who are poor, the people in this town who are driven into the old red line districts, the neighborhoods where we sent all the people we didn't want living next to us when we had the power to write codes that said these neighborhoods will only be lived in by Americans of the white race. Those plats are still recorded in this town. And all you have to do is look in the neighborhoods that aren't like that, where the people we collectively as a city didn't want and drove them to. Those are the people that miss out on opportunities in this town because of colorblind policy. And I will not stand for this money that comes to rise right through the neighborhoods of poverty and into the hands of the wealthy. And so for my purposes, I will argue every single time that we have to take care to make sure that the people who live in neighborhoods where poverty is concentrated, where babies are going to go hungry because these dollars don't land, that these dollars land there. And so that's the work. That's why I was hired by my neighbors, and I am here for it. And I will be here for it until I'm not elected anymore.
Thank you. Ms. Zolotel.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So I'm not, I think we just passed a resolution at our last meeting saying that we would address systemic inequities and inequality that's ingrained in our systems as government. And that was a promise that wasn't made to pay lip service to anything. It was a real promise. These questions and having this conversation is a part of that work that the Assembly promised to do. And we have to affirmatively do this work up front. Doing it afterwards, I mean, what's the point? The dollars are out. So, I'm thankful for my colleagues raising this. Again, it's not perfect in execution. I have the feeling it will be better next time. But we have to make sure, as Mr. Constance said, that these communities just aren't bypassed. This is ridiculous. So I am glad we're having this conversation. I hope we continue to have this conversation and that we keep it at the fore in the conversations the chair has set up for us to continue to have in the future, and that we're hearing from the communities about how we can spend this money to make a difference. Really. Reach out to us, and we will try our darndest to reach out to you. It is challenging times, but please, let's have this conversation. To me, this is very, very important, and if we don't do it, we aren't doing our jobs.
Mr. Rivera.
Thank you, Madam Vice Chair. So, just a few quick comments, because I think Mr. Constant and Ms. Zolotel have eloquently stated the argument for making sure that we are not colorblind in our policies. And I think that's something that I stated at a meeting where we had people of color, communities of color, asking questions about what we were doing with the Small Business Nonprofit Relief Program. What about PPP? What about all these other things? And I stated emphatically that we must not be colorblind in our policies. And we must not be colorblind in how we distribute this money. Because if we are colorblind, then these systems of racism, these systems of oppression will continue to perpetuate. So we have to deal with this head on in every single discussion that we have about the dollars that we are spending. So I think just to put a finer point on it than what Ms. Zolotel stated, this next tranche of money, if there is another one that comes for the small business and nonprofit relief program, must have some type of equity measure built into it. I really hope the administration is listening to this. It must have some type of measure built into it, or else I will make sure that it is defeated on this floor. That's it.
Thank you, Mr. Rivera.
Appreciate that. Okay. Seeing no further discussion, members may proceed to vote.
There you go. Miss Kennedy?
Yeah.
Miss LaFrance?
Yes.
Mr. Perez-Verdia?
Yes.
Mr. Weddleton?
Yes.
That item passes 11-0. We now have before us item 11A, AM 319-2020, Plating Board Appointment. Madam Clerk, do we have a motion on the floor?
No, Mr. Chair, there is no motion pending.
Thank you. What is the will of the body?
Move to, do we need a motion?
We need a,
Move
that's
to
what I asked for.
approve.
Yep. Moved and seconded. Any discussion on this item? Mr. Peterson.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And we got an email this afternoon that mentioned that the person that is nominated to be appointed to the Plating Board works for 3 different developers. And I'm wondering if there isn't a built-in conflict of interest here. I mean, I understand that it's difficult to get people with expertise to volunteer to want to be on these boards and commissions. But just wanted to point that out to you that there seems like there could be conflict of interest here. Thank you.
Thank you. Does someone from the administration want to address that? Thank you.
Through the chair, Chris Rudy, Director of Economic and Community Development. Yes, we were aware of that when Ms. McGilvery, I'm having a hard time with her name, McGilvery, first applied for service on boards or commissions, and in looking through the available boards and commissions, we worked to identify the board or commission that presented the least opportunity for conflict of interest. Again, much like this body, boards and commissioners are held to the same standards, and they do have to declare potential conflicts of interest when matters come before them that is, I think, identical to yours. So she will be in good hands on this plating board and is definitely needed. They are short. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Constant.
Yeah, thank you. I also read that email, and I wasn't persuaded that we have to block this person from this commission because of her work. Anybody who works on our commissions, if they have a conflict, is required to disclose, and should that disclosure not be made, it makes the whole process subject to falling in the courts. And so in every commission I have worked with or been on, people are religious about declaring their conflicts, and it serves our city well. And this person has background in the field that the Plating Board talks about. And so I think you need subject matter experts, and I don't think you would find one if you didn't go into the arenas where they work with people who either develop or sell, list and sell real estate. So I think it's actually a good position for them.
Thank you. Seeing no further discussion, members may proceed to vote.
Miss Kennedy?
Yes.
Miss LaFrance?
Yes.
Mr. Perez-Verdia?
Yes.
Mr. Weddleton?
Yes.
It didn't come up.
Nope, I'm not seeing it.
There we go.
That item passes 11-0. Okay, that takes us to the 14s. The next items on the agenda, for testimony on public hearing items, please direct your comments to the assembly or the chair and not to anyone personally. Personal attacks are not appropriate. For public hearing items, your testimony must focus on the topic, not other items or subjects. I will, as chair, work to maintain decorum at this meeting and ask for your assistance. So,
this is just this item.
Yeah, so we're doing testimony on one item at a time, so I'm not sure what folks are here to testify about. But we are here on item 14A, resolution number AR 2020-184, a resolution of the Municipality of Anchorage approving the Beckhoff-Cherkoff Water Rehabilitation Project.
Waive reading.
Thank you. Public testimony is now open on this item. Would anyone like to testify? Yeah, apologies for the confusion, folks. So we are on the 14 A's, which are public hearing items that are scheduled for a public hearing. If you'd like to speak in our final audience participation, that's coming up hopefully soon, if we can get done with our business quickly. So anyone to testify at all? Seeing, hearing no one, public testimony is closed. What is the will of the body?
Move to approve.
Second.
Moved and seconded. Any discussion? Seeing none, members may proceed to vote.
Ms. Kennedy?
Yes.
Ms. LaFrance?
Yes.
Mr. Perez Verdilla?
Yes.
Mr. Weddleton?
Yes.
That item passes 11-0. Next, we have item 14B, resolution number AR 2020-153, a resolution ratifying a collective bargaining agreement between the Municipality of Anchorage, MOA, and the International Brotherhood of Teamsters Local 959, TMS.
Waive reading.
Thank you. What is the will of the public testimony is now open on this item. Would anyone like to testify? Anyone at all?
That's okay.
Yeah.
You can do it. We have one.
Welcome. You have 3 minutes.
Thank you, Chair Rivera. Assembly members, and the administration, my name is Dale Miller. I'm the business representative of Teamsters Local 959. I was also the spokesperson during the negotiations of this contract. So I wanted to start out by saying that I support the Assembly's process here, and I do hope that the Assembly passes this resolution. I did want to, though, take a second to say that this is the outcome of several months of negotiations and actually mediation, but we were able to come to an agreement. This agreement was tentatively agreed to by the parties and ratified by a majority of those members who voted in our ratification process. And so here it is before you. So I am asking that you ratify it. Having said that, I did promise the folks that I represent that I would come before you and express disappointment in the negotiated process, that we were not able to come to an agreement that we felt would save the Anchorage taxpayers a substantial amount of resources. Once again, that's negotiations, and that's the way the process goes. But we did have that offer out there to assist and look for ways, as the resolution that we were working under from 2010 has stated, that the party should look for ways to save funding. And so, having said that, we are always open to reopening that section of the agreement should the administration want to talk about that again. We think that, there was maybe $3 million in cost savings on health care over that 3-year period. So lastly, I don't want to take away the fact that I am recommending that the Assembly does approve this. Our membership voted for it, and we would recommend that it's approved. Thank you.
Thank you. I have a couple questions for you. Mr. Constant?
It's actually not a question, a comment, sir. We just experienced between March the 12th and now a pandemic that was really mind-boggling, continues to be. And in the month of March and April, we witnessed an incredible amount of pressure on our food supply and our general supply networks. And the Port of Alaska was pushed to its edges. The storefronts, the shelves were bare, and the stacks were getting lower and lower at Costco, and it became harder and harder to find what you needed. But what happened every single day was the Teamsters were there moving the cargo from the port to the grocery stores and to the places we needed it when it was available. And so I offer my gratitude to the Teamsters in their participation in the immediate crisis of the pandemic and as we go forward. Thank you.
Appreciate that. The Teamsters are part of this community. They recognize that, and they step up.
Thank you. I have a couple more questions for you. Ms. Quinn-Davidson?
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thanks for being here tonight, and I got your email as well. Can you tell us a little bit more about what the suggestion was and why you think the administration wasn't fond of it, and we can ask them as well?
Well, it's hard for me to speak for the administration. Our proposal, as you're aware, we have a self-funded health insurance plan through the municipality of Anchorage. That, they do the best they can with what that they have. It's they're insuring folks in Alaska, and everybody knows the cost of insurance in Alaska is extremely high. Our proposal was to join a plan that had a predominant share of the membership outside of the state of Alaska, so that those costs for those members up here could be spread out over a large group of people that got their insurance work done mostly outside of the state. So we had an ability to join a Teamster plan that was substantially less in premium rates. We had the ability to know the costs for the entire term. So going forward, the municipality would be able to budget and do those kind of things, already having those costs set. So we felt like that it offered some administrative savings as well as cost savings, and it just wasn't a plan that we were able to get through.
Great. Thank you. I'm not seeing any other questions. Thank you for your testimony. Would anyone else like to testify on this item? Anyone at all? Seeing and hearing no one, public testimony is closed. What is the will of the body?
Move to approve.
Second.
Moved and seconded. Any discussion on this item? Ms. Zolotel.
Thank you. This is discussion
Hello.
slash a suggestion. We did pass a resolution concerning different collective bargaining guidelines recently. To the extent that those could be reflected in the memorandum would be helpful, as we all are reminded of them and get used to them in reviewing these agreements, just so that we can ensure that things are going as planned. Thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. Rivera?
Thank you, Madam Vice Chair. And on Member Zolotel's point, this particular contract was negotiated after we had passed or in the middle of it, so it wasn't used to frame this specific contract. If it was, maybe the results would have been different. Unsure. So I guess for the members, and then I do have one question for her. We do have Raylene Griffith on the phone, who is the Personnel Director, Human Resources, and I think is one of the municipality's negotiators at the table. Ms. Griffith, are you with us?
Yes.
Great. So could you answer Ms. Quinn-Davidson's question on why the municipality didn't go with the proposal put forward by the Teamsters?
I'm sorry, you're breaking up. Can you repeat the last part of that?
Sure. Could you respond to Ms. Quinn-Davidson's question, which was why the municipality did not go with the proposal put forward by the Teamsters?
So the MOA looked into the various options in this, and there were several concerns that the Teamsters wanted to leave our health plan mid-year, which was not ideal. Their health plan is also based out of, I believe, Michigan, which would not be in network for Alaska residents here that worked in Anchorage. And additionally, there were several items we reviewed into our own healthcare plan at the MOA, and there were several risks with the Teamsters leaving our healthcare plan that could affect the MOA's healthcare plan.
Thank you. Could I do one follow-up? So this might not be for you, Ms. Griffith, might be for the administration, but would the administration be amenable to circling back on this specific provision and maybe digging into it a little bit more with the Teamsters? So I'm seeing a no from Ms. Vogel. Is that an accurate representation?
Yeah, to the chair, I think that we have investigated it to the extent of our abilities in service of this agreement. It is always on the table for negotiations when we begin bargaining.
Okay. I think I have my answers. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Rivera.
Any further discussion?
Mr. Chair.
Oh, yes, sorry. Go ahead, Ms. Kennedy.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. One of the things that I noticed was something that was changed in this contract that we had kind of talked about briefly in the past, and that was in regard to potentially allowing contracts to maybe not be quite so punitive in terms of payroll errors. And I did notice in this contract that there was a change to the payroll error component there, and it limits it to $70, where it used to be an 8-hour of straight time pay, or potentially, I guess it could have been that. I'm not exactly sure how that change transpired there. I'm just kind of looking at the red line part and the underlying part. And anyway, so my question is in regard to if it's at the $70 for a wrong pay in a day, how does that actually reflect dollar-wise from what it was previously? In other words, is it more or less?
Through the chair to Assemblymember Kennedy, it is less. So you're correct. We inherited this old errors in pay language that said if an employee was not paid correctly in a timely manner with certain caveats and curlicues, that the penalty would be 8 hours of straight time. So we have negotiated as part of this contract to reduce that to a $70 per day potential penalty, and 8 hours of straight time would vary by what employee had actually experienced the error. But I would assume that, well, I think minimum wage being what it is, that $70 per day has to be less than 8 hours of straight time.
And that's what I'm thinking too, so thank you.
Thank you. Seeing no further discussion, members may proceed to vote.
Ms. Kennedy?
Yes.
Ms. LaFrance?
Yes.
Mr. Perez-Verdilla?
Yes.
Mr. Weddleton?
Yes.
That item is approved 10-1. We now have before us item 14C, Resolution AR 2020-171, Resolution approving an administrative agreement, AA number 2020-01, between the Municipality of Anchorage and the International Brotherhood of Electrical Workers Local 1547 technicians, agreeing to a Vera Whole Health Clinic health assessment incentive.
Waive reading.
Thank you. Public participation is now open on, public testimony is now open on this item. Would anyone like to participate? Anyone at all? Seeing and hearing no one, public testimony is closed. What is the will of the body?
Move to approve.
Second.
Moved and seconded. Any discussion on this item? Seeing none, the members may proceed to vote.
Ms. Kennedy?
Yes.
Ms. LaFrance?
Yes.
Mr. Perez-Verdilla?
Yes.
Mr. Weddleton?
Yes.
That item is approved 10-1. We now have before us item 14D, ordinance number AO 2020-50, an ordinance for the Anchorage Assembly amending Anchorage Municipal Code section 12.05.070 to permit the Finance Department to not display or make searchable a property's owner's name if the owner requests such a limitation and meets specific requirements and criteria, including being a survivor of sexual assault, sexual abuse, or domestic violence.
Waive reading.
Thank you. Public testimony is now open on this item. Would anyone like to testify? Anyone at all? Seeing and hearing no one, public testimony is closed. What is the will of the body?
Move to approve.
Second.
Moved and seconded. Any discussion on this item? Ms. Zolotel.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I am really happy to bring this ordinance forward. I'm happy that it's getting done. It's unfortunate it needs to exist along with members Dunbar and Weddleton. And I'm not terribly surprised we don't have public testimony because we are talking about folks who have endured horrific circumstances who have hopefully been able to find some measure of peace or ability to move forward with property ownership that doesn't then need to make them a target of potential further abuse. So again, I'm not surprised we don't have public testimony on this, and I am happy that we are able to move this forward as a municipality. So I urge a yes vote.
Thank you. Mr. Dunbar.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and obviously I urge a yes vote as well, and most of what I need to say is included in the AM memorandum. For those who might not be familiar with this issue, we receive emails periodically, we being people on the Assembly, from survivors of domestic violence or other forms of abuse who are worried that their addresses are publicly posted on the municipal website. Unfortunately, there are certain state laws that require that kind of posting. Not that posting exactly, though. And so this is a modest reform to try to make it slightly more difficult to find the addresses of people who are survivors of these horrific crimes. The point I wanted to make, though, is this is not the end of this story. This is what we can do on the Assembly, but the state needs to take action. There is state law, and part of our legislative request this year was that the legislature take action to change the state requirements that are forcing this in the first place. This is kind of a workaround. But if there are any legislators listening now or people who are interested in this topic, please contact your legislator and ask them to make a similar change or the necessary changes so that we can protect these survivors, the privacy of these survivors. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Ms. Allard.
I just wanted to publicly thank Dunbar, Zolotel, and Walton on this assembly because I think this is important, and I'm just going to throw this in there. I think Fred Dyson would be very proud. So thanks.
Thank you. Seeing no further discussion. Excuse me, Mr. Weddleton.
Oh, thanks. I had to throw on something. Years ago, I had two of my employees got married, and it was all very sweet. And my customers know my employees, so we had a big party. And I blew up this huge picture of them and put it in the window of the store and put their name, so-and-so and so-and-so got married, come in for some cake and we'd have a party. And the new wife just absolutely freaked out, tore the picture down, and what's going on here? And this is a pretty normal woman, but she was scared to death that her dad would drive by and find her looking at that picture. And I had no idea this kind of thing went on. But it's out there, and it is a shocking extreme. There are people actually day to day scared that someone will find them. So this is a very simple thing to just go a small way towards addressing that. So I had a small part in this except for support, so I really thank my co-sponsors for it.
Thank you. Seeing no further discussion, members may proceed to vote.
Ms. Kennedy.
That's my answer.
Yes.
Ms. LaFrance.
Yes.
Mr. Perez-Verdia.
Yes.
Mr. Weddleton.
Yes.
That item is approved 11-0. We now have before us item 14E, ordinance number AO 2020-55, an ordinance amending Anchorage Municipal Code, Chapter 12.45, rental tax on rental of motor vehicles.
Waive reading.
Thank you. Public testimony is now open on this item. I understand we have one individual to testify over the phone. Then I'll open it up to in-person testimony. Can we bring up Mr. or Miss Kendall Gaglio?
Hello.
Hi, this is Felix Rivera. You're with the Anchorage Assembly. We are on item 14E, the rental tax on rental of motor vehicles. You have 3 minutes. Welcome.
Wonderful. Thank you so much, Honorable Chair and Assembly members, for allowing me to address you this evening. As you just heard, my name is Kendall Gaglio. I'm proud to be part of the team at Turo. We're a peer-to-peer car-sharing marketplace where car owners can connect with other community members in need of a safe and affordable transit option. We only very recently became aware of the proposed ordinance. Actually, when tonight's agenda was made public. In the interest of their constituents engaging in peer-to-peer car sharing, like the hundreds of local residents using our platform, please consider delaying this action and holding an open work session so that a more robust and transparent conversation with stakeholders can take place. We feel with more time, sharing platforms can better notify our local users so they're able to take part in the city process and meaningfully weigh in before a tax is applied to them, particularly during this time period. The ordinance is drafted as a bit vague and raises the likelihood of some negative and unintended consequences possibly. While we're committed to following legal obligations, we're hoping for greater clarity surrounding the action. In reviewing the ordinance, it's unclear who the city is specifically trying to tax. We noticed who is deemed in the retail business of renting or leasing vehicles to which this tax will apply. So most of your constituents using our platform, for instance, have just 1 or 2 cars and use car sharing rather sporadically. So they list their own personal vehicles to make extra money, often to help with their car payments. They wouldn't rise to the threshold of the city's municipal code definition of retail businesses, which requires licensing in the state of Alaska or making enough income for the business to have to report to the federal government. So just wondering, does someone who shares their car twice a year have to get a business license? How will the city be making that distinction? Will these residents sharing their personal vehicles be defined the same or differently than, say, a multi-billion-dollar, multinational rental car company? It's our understanding that this ordinance is truly unique and differs from prior city actions, for instance, those surrounding the temporary use of real property, which of course is treated differently by the law than tangible personal property such as cars. So Turo hopes to serve as a resource working with the city to ensure that the city's intended outcome is truly achieved and that residents continue to have this means of equitable access to car use and ownership. So please consider delaying this item and allow for a work session to take place. And truly thank you so much for your consideration and allowing me to testify by phone this evening. It's greatly appreciated.
Thank you for your testimony. Let's go ahead and switch to in-person testimony. Would anyone like to testify on this item? Anyone at all? Seeing and hearing no one, public testimony is closed. What is the will of the body?
Move to postpone to the meeting of July 28th.
Second.
Moved and seconded. Ms. Alatel?
Thank you. Much like when we switched for taxing on the Airbnb and other overnight hosting platforms, this one seems to have some confusion, and further discussion I think is warranted to make sure we're doing what we intend to do and that we fully understand both the market and the effects of the proposed ordinance. So I would like to give us that opportunity, and it is the 28th just due to the fact that we have kind of a shortened amount of time with a holiday coming up, and our schedule's already looking at them. I'm not sure we would be able to give it the time and consideration before the 14th, and we would just end up postponing again.
Thank you. Mr. Dunbar.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'd like to hear from the administration about the proposed delay. Perhaps, again, there was some email lost in the flood we got today. But have you taken a position on how harmful it would be to delay, and if we delay, how long you'd prefer?
Through the chair, Alex Slivka. We're not opposed to a delay. We think this is pretty straightforward. Dan Moore, the treasurer, who was key in drafting this, is available if you have questions. But we're happy to work with the delay. We wouldn't, you guys have a busy schedule, so the 28th, that would work, and so we can accept that.
Kind of a quick follow-up, Mr. Chair. Wait, is Dan here, actually? Dan, you don't even need to come up, actually, but I'm assuming because of how depressed the market is right now, that a delay of 1 month will have only a very minor effect on the amount of revenue that we collect. Would you say that's correct? let the record reflect that he raised his thumb and said yes. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Ms. Quinn Davidson.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I was going to ask the same question, but I was also going to suggest that maybe we don't postpone this. I got a couple emails, but most of the emails seem to just say, I don't really want to be taxed, or I don't want customers who use my car rental service to be taxed. So I didn't find those arguments particularly compelling, and I wrote back to the one person who said, oh, no, there's more to it, and asked them for more. And I then shared the response with Alex and Chris, and they said, no, we don't think this is much more. So I guess I'd like you to just elaborate on that, because I personally haven't seen any comments that make me think we need more time.
Through the chair, I would share that opinion. This is really straightforward. This is Airbnb for cars. It's people are conducting a car rental business, and the very purpose of this is to level the playing field. We have existing rental car operators here in town who are paying the tax, and yet we have these platforms that are not paying the tax and enabling people to avoid paying the tax. And so this code amendment is very straightforward, we believe. But again, we're willing to be flexible if the body thinks it needs more time. We think it's pretty straightforward. It levels the playing field and brings people into compliance. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Slifka. And just to follow up quickly, that was my impression from reading it too. So I don't have a strong objection to delaying, except for that I think that sometimes people use delay tactics to try to not ever get it passed. So I'm going to vote against the motion to postpone unless there's more substantive reason to postpone it.
Thank you. Mr. Perez-Verdia.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And actually, I was planning on making the motion to delay as well, so I'm in favor of it. I have had the opportunity to speak with a few people directly about this, and I think that giving the companies that this would affect an opportunity to sort of share the nuance of their particular business, and really to give them an opportunity to sort of be at the table as a part of the conversation prior to us moving forward is important. And I have to admit, there's still questions in my mind if this is as straightforward as it seems. So I think it's worth a short delay. I think it's worth creating a space and an opportunity for these companies to come to the table and inform us about specifically how this would work for their business, and for us to ensure that we're making an informed decision moving forward. So I encourage the body to vote in favor of the delay. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Seeing no further discussion, members may proceed to vote.
Ms. Kennedy.
Yes.
Ms. LaFrance.
Yes.
Mr. Perez-Verdia.
Yes.
Mr. Weddleton.
Yes.
That motion passes 8-3, so we'll have that back before us on July 28th. Next, we have item 14F, ordinance number AO 2020-57, an ordinance amending the Anchorage Municipal Code by enacting Chapter 12.65, alcoholic beverages retail sales tax.
Waive reading.
Thank you. Public testimony is now open on this item. We don't have anyone to testify over the phone. Would anyone like to testify in person? Anyone at all? Seeing and hearing no one, public testimony is closed. What is the will of the body?
Move to approve.
Move the S version.
Yes version, yeah.
Second.
Move and second the S version. Thank you. Any discussion? I think we actually might have some amendments on this one.
So I do have an amendment.
Yes, the Vice Chair Quinn Davidson, Assembly Members Constant and Kennedy.
So I would move Amendment 1. And the purpose of Amendment 1 is to provide an exemption for special events, especially nonprofit events, from the alcohol tax. Under the exemptions, there are a number of them: sales by the U.S. government, sales by a customer who's an officer or employee of a foreign government, exempt from taxation, and sales now would be proposed of alcoholic beverages at specific events authorized by a special event permit or club licensed caterer. This it just comes down to how challenging it is for these small events to be required to go through the paperwork process to get themselves approved to sell alcohol and then taxes. It just was pretty confounding to us as we listened to the policy question. And so this is where this amendment came from.
Thank you. Ms. Zolotel.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. To the sponsors, I guess I need just a little bit more. So to me, the closer that the alcohol tax ultimately looks to the marijuana tax is a good thing. So this is a larger set of exemptions. And maybe you just said all the words, but can you try again to tell me why this is important? I apologize. I'm trying to read it and digest it at the same time. So maybe one or two good sentences would be helpful.
Thanks. Ms. Quinn-Davidson?
Just a quick point of order. The picture up there is the wrong amendment, I think.
It is.
Thanks. We'll get that fixed. Ms. Quinn-Davidson?
Fair point, Ms. Altel. Thanks. I might ask Dean to speak about this because he drafted it, and I think he has a better sort of comprehensive view of marijuana and how it relates to that. My sort of off-the-cuff answer is we don't really have places where people go, well, we could now, but we don't really practically, and smoke marijuana, and then do we decide if they're taxed there or not? I think this is a little different because these are hosted, catered events. But anyway, I think Dean should weigh in.
If I might quickly, I don't understand where the marijuana comes into the question. There's nothing in the marijuana regulations that allow any kind of public consumption. This is talking about when your neighborhood block party organizes and gets a permit with every insurance they need to sell beers to raise money for their little cause, or it could be, as Mr. Moore might point out, some larger events at the certain places in the community, a concert of some kind. But really, it's the idea of exempting only those public activities that are of a certain scale for a certain purpose. There's nothing like it in the marijuana code because we can't have public consumption.
Thank you. Mr. Gates, did you want to weigh in?
I'm not sure. I didn't hear a question directed to me, but I think that the topic was covered pretty well. Would you like me to elaborate on anything in
Ms.
particular?
Alonso, do you have a finer point question for Mr. Gates?
Thank you. Yes, I do have just a finer point question. So it's not that I think that marijuana would allow these types of events, but there aren't many exemptions in the marijuana tax code for times in which you are not taxed. And so that, I guess, was the underlying point. So if we were going to add more exemptions, I guess I just wanted to get to the rationale. And I think the finer point on the question, and actually it may be for Mr. Moore, is what like some of these could be very large events, couldn't they? From individuals or entities that don't typically pay the tax. And there's no monetary threshold for that, if I'm understanding correctly. And I'm for the record, I'm saying a nodded head yes, that there's they could be large events and there's no minimum monetary threshold or maximum.
Through the chair to Ms. Zolotel, that is correct. If you were to exempt special events, that would exempt all nonprofit activities, and they do range, my understanding, from very small to quite large, and they can have, I think, up to 5 events per year. They have to have a nonprofit status in existence 2 years in advance of the event. So it would be a wholesale exemption for that group. We did do a tremendous amount of research within Alaska, which is a pretty small area to research, but we also went and looked at 10 or 11 other major cities or states around the country that directly taxed alcohol. And exemptions for nonprofits is not common. So, and for us, we're unable to estimate the loss of revenue here. We do think it could easily be in the tens of thousands of dollars. And basically, whatever, the exemptions have a cost to them. So whatever is exempted is fewer dollars that go to the dedicated purpose of the tax. Okay.
Thank you. Mr. Dunbar?
Mr. Moore, if I could ask again. So I think I'm opposed to this amendment because of what you described. I think we are opening up an exception that might prove too large. And again, in a perverse way, I think that the members of the industry would be the most opposed to it, because we've seen in some other industries where exceptions have created situations where those who are trying to pay the tax are being undercut. But my understanding was there was already an exemption for $5,000 or below. Is that correct? So
That's
is
correct.
that's for this provision, right? It's specifically for special events?
It was, excuse me, through Chair to Mr. Dunbar, it was with special events in mind, but it would apply to any sort of non-regularly licensed alcohol entity, and pretty much you're left with special events as the primary group.
Okay. Yeah, I think for that reason, I'm going to oppose this amendment. I understand the spirit of it, but I think that because we already have the $5,000 exception, I do not see the need to widen it further. I think that as we go on, I mean, certainly we could revisit this next year if it turns out there are a number of entities that are running into this and having a problem. But I feel like with the $5,000 exemption, it means we're going to have rather large, sophisticated events are going to be the ones who actually need to pay the tax. And I think it's appropriate for them to pay the tax just like everybody else does. Thank you, Mr. Moore. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Ms. Kennedy.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I was happy to be a part on this amendment because I think it is really critical that we make sure that we exempt nonprofits. And I'm thinking specifically of the nonprofits that I know in my community that are very small nonprofits, yet when they sell a ticket to an event, they can easily go over the $5,000 threshold. And from my understanding, when you're doing, for example, a wine tasting event, you're actually pouring wine into small glasses that people would be tasting, but you're paying for a ticket that is encompasses the entire cost of that wine. So there's no way, even though you're actually paying for wine, there's no way to say that, okay, this half a cup that you got costs this much, so you have to pay this tax on it. So that becomes problematic. The other thing is the code itself says to collect the tax from the person who purchases alcoholic beverages from a retailer. And these are not retailers. These nonprofits do not have liquor licenses. They're not operating as retailers. So they really aren't even required to register, I would think. But most of these nonprofits are only having a couple of events a year, one, maybe two. And I think it's a struggle anyway for nonprofits right now. And so when you dip into their profits in order to force them to pay some kind of a tax on the wine that's being used during their fundraiser, that's problematic as well. I don't think we want to punish nonprofits in that way. They're obviously purchasing the wine to begin with, or the beer to begin with, when they're buying it wholesale. So they're being taxed. It's just that the muni is not getting a part of that. And I don't know that the muni has to be so greedy that it has to reach into some of these nonprofits that are really just doing whatever they can to try to keep their doors open. So I think there are a lot of things about this that provide a benefit to nonprofits to just say, okay, you guys are exempt. A lot of these nonprofits don't have any kind of accounting mechanism that's set up to do this kind of a thing. I know of one nonprofit that doesn't charge for anything. Everything in their services is free. So for them now to have to find a way to even calculate, let alone collect the tax becomes a problem and a greater cost to them. So the easier thing is to just kind of just say nonprofits are exempt, and we're not going to worry about, the few $1,000s here or there that you could probably get from some of these events. So I think it's a better idea just to go ahead and exempt them all and not confuse everybody by who would have to register, who wouldn't, who would have to pay, who wouldn't. So I hope this does get passed. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Constant?
Actually, I'll step out of the queue.
Okay. Ms. Allard?
Thank you. I support this, and the reason I support it is because we tax everybody all the time on everything. So it's nice to see something go forward that we're not going to tax.
Now I remembered my comment, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Mr. Constant.
Ms. Alatel, one thing that isn't reflected here, there's a conversation about application fees, and it turns out that the tax office wanted to not have an application fee charged to the liquor licensees, and there were a number of us in the conversation who decided that really didn't seem fair because other of these industries are forced to pay those fees. And so rather than implement a fee here, which was one of the amendments we contemplated, what we've opted to do is look at the other side of the equation and we have a proposal working on to eliminate that fee from their industry, the marijuana industry specifically. And so we are working towards equity across these industries. Just as a matter of, to the point that you were making about why are we doing this here, not there, and they're not here, I am sensitive to that topic and working to ensure that we're treating each fairly.
Thank you. Mr. Dunbar.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And Mr. Moore, could I ask you a question again? So we've talked, about different kinds of sales taxes and the phenomenon of items not being purchased in Anchorage, that they're either purchased online or perhaps they're purchased in the Mat-Su Valley, for example. When they are brought into the municipality, they are actually supposed to pay a tax under some of the sales taxes that were previously proposed. That's very hard to enforce. In this case with alcohol, for example, if a nonprofit that was holding a large event and was going to sell, $100,000 worth of alcohol at their event, if they were to purchase that in the Mat-Su Valley and then bring it in, would they have to pay a tax on it? Or, if this exemption passed, they wouldn't have to pay their own tax, but would they have to pay some other prior tax from bringing it into the municipality?
My understanding is this tax is specific to retail sales that occur within the municipality. There is a provision in the code that's before you, the ordinance, where if they purchase it and have it shipped in from a remote seller, there may be a tax in those situations, but it's not a use tax. So you could go buy it personally across the border, so to speak, and bring it back in, and this does not cover the use. It's just a pure sales tax.
So if this exemption went through, a nonprofit could go to the Mat-Su Valley, buy as much alcohol as they want, come back, sell it at their event, and never pay a tax on it.
Through the chair to Mr. Dunbar, I believe that is correct. However, I do believe the Mat-Su has sales tax. So,
okay.
Yep.
Fair enough.
Thank you. Ms. Allard.
Yeah, this is exactly why we dumped the tea into the Boston Harbor. We're in the middle of a COVID-19 and we're worrying about taxing nonprofits. They've already been taxed somewhere at one point, and double taxing them is just ridiculous.
Thank you. Ms. Zolotel.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Do we have a way, if you get a special events permit, so the state law and what's required here in the memorandum mimic each other, of course, say that all sales must be paid to the organization and not the individual. Are the mechanics of that the sales are then reported? Do you happen to know under that special event permit, Mr. Moore? Because one of my concerns is, as Mr. Dunbar expressed, there could be some very, very large events. But I don't know if we have any way to get that data if we don't first tax them, or if it's already collected, then I'm more open to this idea.
Through the chair to Ms. Zolotel, we do not have that information. We have requested information from the state fairly recently. I still don't think they're going to actually be able to give us dollar estimates of how much the event generated in sales. I will emphasize this is not a tax of the nonprofit. It's a tax that is passed on to the consumer of the alcohol. So it is not a business expense of any kind. Also, just if I could, Mr. Chair, our process here would be using a very simplified form. It would not be complicated. And we also, in those situations where there's a ticket and there's kind of an all-inclusive price, we would necessarily be flexible in those situations to try to best estimate the portion of the ticket price that that relates to alcohol. So we understand with these special events, they come in many different forms, and we plan to work with those organizations to pick a form that is least onerous to them. And the last thing I'll say is, since we do not know the cost of this, and it could be quite significant, if you were to not exempt and to allow us to go forward with just the de minimis rule, we could report back to you in a year after we have an actual experience so that then you do know what the magnitude of this exemption is. And if you wanted to revisit it at that time, you could. That's all. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Mr. Perez-Verdia.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I guess I'm just trying to listen to this conversation and process it. I guess I wanted to just share one thing, that is that my understanding, and I'm certainly no expert, is that if a nonprofit organization is going to hold a very large event at the Denina Center or other places, they're going to either have a no host or a host bar, and that's going to be a contract through the venue, and that people would be paying for their drinks and then paying the tax for them, or they would be paying in one lump sum and they would be paying that tax as well. I'm not aware of any nonprofit organization going out and buying hundreds of thousands of bottles of wine from some other place and bringing it in. So I just don't think that that's a very realistic example. I think in most cases, either the nonprofit is going to work out a contract with the venue and that is a part of the cost of the alcohol pay a tax, or they're going to have each person who purchases that drink buy it individually and then be taxed. So I'm not sure that I accept the premise that there's going to be people working the system in that way, and there would be a significant loss to the city. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Mr. Constant.
Thank you, Mr. Perez-Verdia. You're, I believe, right on the money right there. But there is another scenario that we contemplated in the conversations we had on this item previously, and that is the small to medium nonprofit that's not very savvy at getting donations for their event. They have to go and buy the alcohol they intend to sell at their event to raise money, and because of the way this process is set up, not only do they pay the retail tax at the package store, but then they have to pay a retail sales tax on each sale of every bottle or drink that they sell. And it's not just in excess of $5,000, but if they hit that $5,000 trigger, it's on every dollar that they raise. And so it just seems to me that the cleaner way to approach this is just to let the nonprofits run their events without these big penalties. Mr. Perez-Verdia is right. The big ones do use catering permits. The caterers will have license applications with the tax department. What this contemplates is making every single event you know and you attend now apply to the municipal tax department to get a permit to have alcohol sales at their operation. And our goal in this conversation is to eliminate the creation of a whole bureaucracy for those very small events beyond the de minimis rule of $5,000, which many of them hope to do because they make their annual revenues on this. And so I think this is a pretty simple and clean-cut way to avoid double taxation and putting a burden on our nonprofits that are trying to do a lot of great work.
Thank you. So I'm going to have Mr. Dunbar, and then I think we're ready to vote. Mr. Dunbar.
Thank you, Mr. Rivera. And I'll just say, if you wanted to exempt the very small nonprofits of the very small events, I think the better approach would have been to raise that de minimis floor, so maybe to 10,000, maybe to 20,000. But a blanket exemption, I think, does create a hole that you can drive a semi-truck through. I'm very worried that this is going to be abused. And I'll just note also, whether or not we've ever taken their advice, the Budget Advisory Commission, for about 10 years, they were asking us, and that was long before I got in the Assembly, over and over and over to look at nonprofit property tax exemptions because of how widespread they were and how much they were abused, or they perceived them to be abused. Now, we didn't go down that road, and we didn't lift that exemption. But I think once you put an exemption in, it's very hard to pull back. And I am worried that this exemption is far too broad and will be problematic in the future. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Seeing no further discussion, members may proceed to vote.
Ms. Kennedy?
Yes.
Ms. LaFrance?
Yes.
I'm tempted to as well.
Mr. Perez-Verdia?
Yes.
Mr. Weddleton?
No.
That amendment fails 6-5.
That's a credit to a persuasive argument by one of our peers. It doesn't mean we won't come back to the de minimis floor question, because actually that's a cleaner way to address the question.
Thank you. The next item we have before us is item 14G, resolution number AR 2020-188.
Mr. Chair, point of order. Don't we need to, that was the amendment. Don't we need to make motion?
You're right. Sorry, I'm getting ahead of myself. So we now have the main item before us. Any further discussion on the main item? Seeing none, members may proceed to vote.
Ms. Kennedy?
This is the main motion.
Ms. Kennedy, are you there?
Yeah, sorry. I have too many buttons pushing here. No.
Ms. LaFrance?
Yes.
Mr. Perez-Verdia?
Yes.
Mr. Weddleton?
Yes.
That item passes 10-1. We now have before us item 14G, resolution number AR 2020-188. A resolution of the Municipality of Anchorage appropriating the proceeds from a borrowing program in an amount not to exceed $100 million to the Port of Alaska Capital Improvement Fund. Thank you. I don't have anyone to testify over the phone. Public testimony is now open. Would anyone like to testify? Anyone at all? Seeing and hearing no one, public testimony is closed. What is the will of the body?
Move to approve.
Second.
Moved and seconded. Any discussion on this item? Seeing none, members may proceed to vote.
Ms. Kennedy?
Yes.
Ms. LaFrance?
Yes.
Mr. Perez-Verdia?
Yes.
Mr. Weddleton?
Yes.
That item passes 10-1. We now have before us item 14H, ordinance number AO 2020-56, an ordinance of the Anchorage Municipal Assembly amending Anchorage Municipal Code, sections 21.05.060E, 21.05.010E, and the table of allowed uses, table 12.05-1, to change the use-specific standards for land reclamation, to remove the requirement for an administrative site plan review for projects between 5,000 and 50,000 cubic yards of fill.
Waive reading.
Thank you.
Public testimony is now open on this item. Would anyone like to testify? Anyone at all? Seeing and hearing no one, public testimony is closed. What is the will of the body?
Move to approve.
Second.
Moved and seconded. So the members are aware, Michelle McNulty is on the phone to answer any questions. I believe we have an amendment by members Weddleton and Zalotel. Will you be putting that forward?
Yes, I move Weddleton Amendment Number 1.
Second.
Moved and seconded. Ms. Zalotel?
Yes, this amendment modifies the proposed change only in industrial districts so that land reclamation projects on industrial land that are not adjacent to a residential district will use the administrative site plan review process rather than the more onerous conditional use process. And I actually need to make an amendment to the amendment on the table on the last page. You'll see there's a red circle under industrial, and it has S with the C crossed out for conditional use. Those C's should not have been crossed out. They need to remain. So I move to amend it in that fashion.
Mr. Constant seconds. Do you want to speak to that further?
It was truly a Scribner's error in making the amendment, or it was an error. We just need to correct it moving forward.
Thank you. Any discussion, Mr. Constant, on the amendment to the amendment?
Yeah, Ms. Zolotel, did you discover this, or was this something pointed out by the administration?
I believe this is Mr. Weddleton all the way.
Mr. Weddleton, an amazing credit to your eagle eye. Thank you.
I can't take credit. That was a Dean thing.
Dean, thank you.
All right. Seeing no further discussion on the amendment to the amendment, members may proceed. Actually, is there any opposition? This one's simple enough. Seeing none, then that amendment to the amendment passes. We now have the main amendment before us. Any further discussion on the main amendment, or the amendment, rather? Seeing none, members may proceed to vote on the amendment.
Ms. Kennedy?
Yes.
Ms. LaFrance?
Yes.
Mr. Perez-Verdilla?
Yes.
Mr. Weddleton?
Yes.
That amendment passes 11-0. We now have the main motion. Ms. Kennedy?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. If Ms. McNulty is on the phone, I guess I would like a little bit of a conversation of why the big jump to 50,000. Now we went from 5,000 to 10 times more. Why didn't we try for 10,000 or 20,000? It just that is a big jump. Thank you.
Hello, for the record, this is Michelle McNulty, the planning director. Ms. Kennedy, there really isn't a jump. So Title 21 has always required any operation, whether it be natural resource extraction or land reclamation, to require a conditional use permit at 50,000 cubic yards. So the new, or what we've removed is that anything under that only was required to have an administrative site plan review, which was found to be redundant.
Okay, thank you. Yes, I was trying to remember. I knew we'd had some kind of a conversation on that and couldn't remember. So thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
You're welcome.
Thank you. Not seeing any further comments, members may proceed to vote.
Ms. Kennedy?
Yes.
Ms. LaFrance?
Yes.
Mr. Perez-Verdilla?
Yes.
Mr. Weddleton?
Yes.
That item passes 11-0. The next items on the agenda involve applications for a liquor or marijuana license and/or a special land use permit for alcohol or marijuana. The process to review these items is different than the Assembly's legislative role because they are administrative or quasi-judicial hearings and require the Assembly to be impartial, refrain from ex parte communications except in liquor license applications, and make a decision based on the record before us and testimony today. So the next item we have is 15A, resolution number AR 2020-206, resolution of the Anchorage Municipal Assembly approving a marijuana license and special land use permit for AKGLD2 LLC, a marijuana cultivation facility with license number M21725, doing business as the Red Light District.
Waive reading.
Thank you.
Mr. Chair, I'd like to combine 15A and 15B, the public hearing.
Second.
Moved and seconded. Any discussion on that motion? Do you want to speak to it, Mr. Weddleton?
They are a retail and cultivation operation in the same location, same owners. If there's issues, they'd be similar.
Thanks. Any opposition to that? Okay, seeing none, then I'll go ahead and combine. Let me read the other one. We also will be taking up item for public hearing, item 15B, resolution number AR 2020-207, A resolution of the Anchorage Municipal Assembly approving a marijuana license and special land use permit for AKGLD2 LLC, a marijuana retail sales establishment with license M21724, doing business as the Red Light District.
Waive reading.
Thank you. Public testimony is now open on these two items. Would anyone like to testify? Anyone at all? Seeing and hearing no one, public testimony is closed. What is the will of the body on item 15A?
Move to approve.
Second.
Moved and seconded. Any discussion on this item?
Well, Ted, the Community and Economic Development Committee looked at these on the 18th in detail, and we recommended approval.
Thank you. Seeing no further discussion, members may proceed to vote.
Ms. Kennedy?
Yes.
Ms. LaFrance?
Yes.
Mr. Perez-Verdilla?
Yes.
Mr. Weddleton?
Yes.
And Ms. Alatel? Yes.
That item is approved 11-0. We now have before us item 15B. What is the will of the body?
Move to approve.
Second.
Moved and seconded. Any discussion? Seeing none, the members may proceed to vote.
Catching up.
Sure.
You start going really fast.
I know. That happens.
Ms. Kennedy?
Yes.
Ms. LaFrance?
Yes.
Mr. Perez-Verdilla?
Yes.
Mr. Weddleton?
Yes.
That item is passed 11-0. We now have before us item 15C, resolution number AR 2020-213. Resolution of the Anchorage Municipal Assembly approving the transfer of controlling interest of municipal marijuana retail license number M10890 to TMT LLC, DBA Pacololo Oceanside.
Waive reading.
Thank you. Public testimony is now open on this item. Would anyone like to testify? Anyone at all? Seeing, hearing no one, public testimony is closed. What is the will of the body?
Move to approve.
Second.
Moved and seconded. Any discussion on this item? Seeing no discussion, members may proceed to vote.
Ms. Kennedy?
Yes.
Ms. LaFrance?
Yes.
Mr. Perez-Verdilla?
Yes.
Mr. Weddleton?
I'm sorry, yes.
That item is approved 11-0. Just a quick note on this next item, 15D. This item was not meant to be a public hearing item, but because it was placed in this section, we're going to go ahead, open the public hearing, and we will be more diligent in the future in placing this in our consent agenda. So we have before us item 15D, resolution number AR 2020-214, a resolution of the Anchorage Municipal Assembly approving the renewals of...
Hello?
Can I help you?
Oh, I'm sorry. This is Francis McLaughlin calling the Bridge Line.
Great, Francis. Thanks so much. We are about to start item 15D.
Thank you.
Thanks. A resolution of the Anchorage Municipal Assembly approving the renewals of municipal marijuana licenses for manufacturing establishment Momo's Bakery number M10903.
Waive reading.
Thank you. Public testimony is not open on this item. Would anyone like to testify? Anyone at all? Seeing and hearing no one, public testimony is closed. What is the will of the body?
Move to approve.
Second.
Moved and seconded. Any discussion? Seeing none, members may proceed to vote.
Ms. Kennedy?
Yes.
Ms. LaFrance?
Yes.
Mr. Perez-Verdilla?
Yes.
Mr. Weddleton?
Yes.
That item passes 11-0. We now have before us item 15E, resolution number AR 2020-202. Resolution of the Anchorage Municipal Assembly setting public hearing for the first time renewal of and approving the renewal of municipal marijuana license for retail establishment The Herbal Cash, number M19277.
Waive reading.
Thank you. Public testimony is now open on this item. Would anyone like to testify? Anyone at all? Seeing and hearing no one, public testimony is closed. What is the will of the body?
Move to approve.
Second.
Moved and seconded. Any discussion on this item? Hearing none, members may proceed to vote.
Miss Kennedy,
Yes.
Miss LaFrance,
Yes.
Mr. Perez Verdilla,
Yes.
Mr. Weddleton.
Yes.
That item passes 11-0. We now have before us item 15F, resolution number AR 2020-217, resolution of the Anchorage Municipal Assembly approving an alcohol conditional use permit for a restaurant eating place use, and license number 5757 for AK Alchemist, LLC DBA AK Alchemist in the B2B Central Business District Intermediate District.
Waive reading.
Thank you. Public testimony is now open on this item. Would anyone like to testify? Anyone at all? Seeing and hearing no one, public testimony is now closed. What is the will of the body?
Move to approve.
Second.
Moved and seconded. Any discussion?
Chair, if Francis McLaughlin's here, I have a question for him, Mr. Weddleton.
Okay, go ahead.
So this has been one of our more interesting licensees, and I guess read this extensive document. Francis, is this going well, or are the conditions that we put on this operation being followed?
Yes.
Fred Dyson would appreciate that answer. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Gonstead.
Oh,
great.
And I just wanted to also thank you, Mr. McLaughlin, for your stewardship of the challenges that this property had for us some years ago, and that it came before us now with no complaints at this time just is a headache I didn't need and I didn't have to have, and I'm really grateful for your hard work.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Seeing no further discussion, members may proceed to vote.
Miss Kennedy,
Yes.
Miss LaFrance,
Yes.
Mr. Perez Verdilla,
Yes.
Mr. Weddleton.
Yes.
That item passes 11-0. That completes our regular agenda. We're going to take a 5-minute break, and then we're going to move on to final audience participation. Okay. As a reminder, if you spoke during the initial audience participation, you cannot speak again during this final audience participation. For audience participation, please direct your comments to the assembly or the chair and not to anyone personally. Personal attacks are not appropriate. I will, as chair, work to maintain decorum at this meeting and ask for your assistance. Folks are going to have 3 minutes, and at the end of that 3 minutes, I will ask you to wrap up. With that, welcome.
All right, thank you. I'm pleased to have an opportunity to address the assembly. And just a casual observation during this meeting, I noticed that everybody who's in the assembly who's wearing a mask is constantly adjusting their mask. I think that masks are extremely irritating. And as a scientist, I wonder how much more likely it is to spread disease because one's adjusting their mask than just casually touching your own face. I bet it's not insignificant. So I wear a mask every day, and I don't touch my mask because I'm a neurosurgeon, and it would break sterility for me to touch my mask. It does take a lot of self-control not to touch your mask. So, but I will remove my mask as I've watched Mayor Berkowitz has done several times tonight. So some broad general claims have been made that scientists and physicians support a mandate requiring the wearing of masks in public places. Now, I practice at Regional Hospital and Providence Hospital in Anchorage. As I said, I'm a neurosurgeon. I completed my fellowship in complex and minimally invasive spine surgery at Swedish Hospital in Seattle. I completed my residency at UAMS in Arkansas. And during my residency, I completed an enfolded fellowship in brain and spine tumors at MD Anderson. And prior to this, I became a National Institute of Health Ruth Kreischer Research Fellow at the University of Pennsylvania. I completed medical school at San Antonio Health Science Center and my undergraduate degree at the University of Texas in San Antonio. I am a physician scientist, and I stand opposed to any mandate that requires a mask in public places. I think that currently science does not support such a mandate. Mask wearing, as it's being proposed, is a pseudoscience. The notion that these simple masks prevent the spread of disease is like trying to keep mosquitoes out from out of your yard with a chain link fence. Mandating wearing masks in public may seem to be morally superior. However, I believe it's ill-conceived notion that, and the premise for wearing a mask itself is highly questionable. Expectations have fallen flat with respect to the predictions of widespread devastation due to COVID-19. The actual disease prevalence is exceptionally low and is especially low in Alaska. The disease tracks closely with that of the flu. Very practical measures can be taken within the at-risk population that do minimize the spread of disease, and it does not necessitate the entire population of a community wearing a mask. So these are the measures that we use to spread flu in the community: washing your hands and avoiding sick contacts. So COVID is not a special disease necessitating special mandates such as mask wearing or closing businesses for that matter.
Thank you, sir. Your time is up.
One last thing, if you may. I do want to say that I believe that it's an overreach of the executive authority to mandate this, and I would do everything in my power to give more support to the Assembly. Thank you.
Thank you. Welcome.
Hello, I'm a physician anesthesiologist. My name's Sean Degler. I work here in Anchorage, Alaska. I live in South Anchorage. My special focus and training is in cardiac anesthesia, and I'm here because it disturbs me that the mayor is proposing a public masking mandate. Such breaches of personal freedom and self-determination should only be considered for public health policy intervention in extreme circumstances where there is compelling data that such interventions will merit the violation of the public's rights. To be clear, I am not against wearing masks. As an anesthesiologist, PPE is my life. I wear masks daily in the operating room, or advanced PPE such as PAPR hoods for intubation of known COVID-19 patients. In fact, when the initial reports of an aggressive virus emerged from China, I did my own literature research, and my pre-med studies were in biology, cell biology, immunology, and I was troubled that the coronavirus was altered in gain-of-function research, which made it more pathogenic and transmissible to humans. At that time, late January, I personally bought P100 and N95 masks for my entire family. And when the pandemic was finally declared and cases came to Anchorage, I moved out of my house, self-quarantined, so as to not bring back the virus to my family from the hospital. They have high-risk things, heart disease, mitochondrial illness, etc. However, when the hospitals remained empty, half census, and the ICUs never filled up, the virus was shown to be less fatal than initially believed, I moved home. And now the family and I simply practice good hand washing and don't touch our faces. We adjusted our behavior as the data has changed. And in the same way, this assembly needs to adjust their behavior and see that the governmental intrusions on personal rights, businesses, and religious organizations must cease. COVID-19 is not destroying our city by disease, but instead by the preventative policies that have been installed that are now no longer needed. In fact, as of the end of May, Alaska's own DHSS published the data on deaths by cause, comparing deaths in 2020 to deaths in 2017, 18, and 19 online. And as of the end of May, less Alaskans died of all cases of influenza, pneumonia, or other respiratory illnesses, including COVID-19, than the average deaths for the last 3 years average. Experts in the world are thinking that COVID appears to be weakening in terms of virulence, likely due to mutations, and deaths in the USA are slowly, commensurately reducing as well. Quarantine of COVID-positive patients and voluntary quarantine of the at-risk population is effective and advisable, but without good data and consensus, with such low mortality numbers, this assembly cannot justify lengthening emergency powers for the mayor and definitely cannot support mandating public masking. To make a comparison, automobile-related deaths have been reduced in 2020 as well, likely due to lockdown. Motor vehicle accidents are significantly a public health problem. We could use the same logic and say, okay, from now on, there's no nighttime driving, well, except for essential workers. Death rates would fall. Less innocent people would die, but freedom would die as well. It is definitely not worth the price of unconstitutional overreach. Finally, even though children remain at extremely low risk, they are also being seriously adversely affected by the effects on the Anchorage School District. They're following Rawls' lead. I have special school children. They're not getting good care.
Sir, your
halftime. Thank you, sir. I appreciate your all's time. Please act accordingly.
Thank you. Welcome.
Hello. It's nice to speak here before the committee today. My name is Jackie, and I actually have an opinion that's quite different, especially with people here. I think that the wearing of masks is actually important, and, maybe I'm moving mine and touching mine right now, but the biggest important thing is after if I wash this down, actually sanitize it, it will be clean. I think the cases have actually been staying down because we've been doing the things that we have been doing. Yes, COVID deaths are low, but it's because we actually took preventative measures in the first place to make sure that they would stay low. That was the entire point of what we're doing right now. I can't imagine also for an airborne disease where not having a mask preventing your breath from flying further than it normally does to be ineffective. Even if it's not a cure, it's still effective. But I have a bigger thing to actually get onto the topic of. I'm a part of the Party for Socialism and Liberation. We've had a couple of marches and protests already going around. I'm not familiar with how exactly the Anchorage Municipality Assembly feels about the protests, feels about the demands if they've even heard them. We have 13. You can find all of them at Anchorage, defundanchoragepd.com. And have you guys heard about any of these demands from the news or anything?
I would say go ahead and finish up your testimony, and then if we have any comments, folks can do that.
Gotcha. So basically, we're pushing for the fact that a lot of crime and a lot of things that do happen in Anchorage PD, we believe happen to actual economic dysfunctions. People are not getting housing, clothing, food, like the things they actually need, which causes people to go into illegal work. If we want to have illegal work reduced in this state, actually taking care of people's material needs will be the best first step, which is also, I saw you guys talking about CARES money. There's people who are going to be facing eviction soon, not due to job loss that was not their fault. And if we want to possibly rectify this overstep that some people receive from the executive branch, maybe we should assist those people who have been affected by the lockdown. So that would be the best place to use some of the money, using it to actually house people to avoid further deaths and spreading of COVID-19. We have an entire homeless population that has, it's not even that big, but we have more housing and more places to actually put people to get them off the street. And I think that's probably one of the best first steps. I think Anchorage PD has too much money as it faces right now and is not using the money effectively to actually deal with the problems that we have in Anchorage. And that is my time.
Okay. Thank you. Mr. Constant?
Yeah, just a quick comment. Just so you know, tonight we appropriated $21.5 million in part for housing supports for people being evicted, for people who've lost their jobs, for people who need housing supports, and for childcare. So we're doing that work.
Yeah, and I appreciate that.
Thank you. Welcome. And just as an FYI, someone asked me to mention that we have those wipes there on the table. So if anyone is interested in using those wipes to sanitize, feel free to do so. Go ahead.
My name is Kyle Gardner, and I'm speaking on behalf of Building Blocks Early Learning Center, as well as numerous other child care providers throughout the state. And I just want to start by thanking you guys for what you did pass tonight for child cares. It is very appreciated. It's been a tough battle for us. I sent you guys all an email during this process because I wasn't sure if I'd be able to stay awake this late and be here, but I am. Yeah, I mean, COVID struck the world by surprise, and it hit child cares very hard in this state. And I know I can speak from my experience. We had 52 kids and a long wait list of eager parents who wanted to join my center in February. And after the March 16th close down of Anchorage, we had 5 children for about a month, and we've slowly built our way up to 26 kids. But at this rate, we are never going to be able to pay our lease payment, and so we're looking on trying to figure out how to catch that back up. We did everything we could. The CCPO had promised us some funds that ended up falling through, and then the state partially helped, and this will continue to help. But it's difficult. We've got a lot of high fixed costs. It's not a field where you don't enter this field to get rich. You enter this field because you love kids, you love families, you love helping people. And so, I didn't have much of a rainy day fund to kind of help us really at all with this. And so it's been very trying. It's it's a very difficult time. And so it's anything. I know it was kind of last minute. I got emailed last minute. That's why I raced down here to come in person versus calling in, because I didn't make the cutoff to email in about it. But I just wanted to express, how important it is. I know today was a big step in the right direction. I know you talked about the health department and their last minute request. I think just kind of being open to that sustainability for us moving forward, because Alaska will need us when they do reopen. And, if we're not helped along, we're not going to be here. I know before the state changed their tune and helped us a little bit, I was looking at closing in probably early July, and that's, it's really difficult. And so, nobody's above this, and, it's affected a lot of people, and not to say our needs are more important than anybody else's, but I'm just here to try to say, we need you guys, and hopefully Alaska will be back up and running in full effect, and they'll need us again. So we can't afford to have our quality care centers disappear. So thank you guys.
Thank you. Welcome.
Good evening, Assembly, Mr. Mayor. I want to give you a brief history about myself. I grew up very impoverished in North Idaho, and I learned how to budget my money based on food stamps and going to the grocery store as a third grader for my family. My mother got a full ride scholarship to UAA, and we continued to live in Section 8 housing until after she graduated. So I understand, because I grew up, for the most part, in Fairview, what that's like. However, I've spent my entire adult life in the service of the state and the nation, 20 years, protecting and defending the Constitution. And frankly, I'm disgusted and infuriated to hear things like we should not have colorblind policies. And it's naive to think that just based on geographic locations in the Anchorage municipality, there are not impoverished people. I challenge you to go out to the other districts and areas and go look for those things because they are there. Thank you.
Thank you. Oh, sir, could you state your name for the record? We didn't get that.
Yes, my name is Brian Feltz.
Thank you. Ms. Howard?
Mr. Feltz, can you come back? I have a question for you. So my question is, you said you work for the state? And
Yes.
Did you say you served your country? Are you serving your country
Yes,
currently?
I've served 6 deployments.
Do you carry a weapon by any chance?
I am a concealed carry permit holder, yes.
So do you think that, I just want your opinion since you're somebody who protects our nation. Do you believe that if you were to wear a mask and carry a concealed weapon, do you think that the state could intertwine or take our 2A rights? Do you have any opinion on that by any chance?
I personally feel like there's a lot of overreach at times, and I really don't believe, but I didn't want to harp on the mask specifically. As you can see, I am not compliant with the mask policy here, nor is my family, and nor do we support that.
Thank you.
Thank you. Welcome.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. My name is Dave Bronson. I'm a citizen of Anchorage. We've had a neurosurgeon and anesthesiologist. I'm waiting for Dr. Ben Carson to walk through the door any moment here with that kind of credibility. I just have some questions on the actual execution of the mask policy. We're going to mandate masks, it appears, in a few days, and there's only 2 categories of masks, and that's regular face masks like you're wearing now, or the small surgical masks, pleated surgical masks, or N95 masks. CDC says we're not allowed to buy N95 masks. So we're down to the masks that don't work. The masks that you're wearing right now, they don't protect you. We understand the language that it's supposed to protect everyone else from spitting and all the other stuff, but it does nothing to help you. It's only hurting you right now. Your oxygen levels right now in this meeting have probably gone down by about 25%. That's profoundly unhealthy wearing that. Okay? So as we force people to wear these masks, this mask, the World Health Organization says, has to be exchanged every 20 to 30 minutes. We have about 300,000 people in this city, and you multiply that by every 20, 30 minutes every time they go out in public or want to go shopping, and then you're talking about budgeting. I don't think your $21 million is going to, or whatever you're going to budget for this is going to work. Okay, you can't buy the N95 mask. This is the mask that you're going to buy. How are people going to pay for this? Every 20, 30 minutes, this is a new one. Okay, I'd like to know how that works, because that's going to start getting pretty dang expensive. And so if the mayor could explain that, expound on how he's going to do that, I'd really like to know, and I'd like to know who's going to pay for it. So I'll let the mayor explain on that one. I'll step back. The other thing I just want to say, this little thing that went on here today, Dick Cheney would have never allowed that. Okay? And all I suggest is we stop the virtue signaling and start treating this body with a little bit more respect. That's all I have to say.
Thank you. I guess to the administration, are all of those issues going to be addressed when and if such a emergency order comes out? Thank you. So that was for those who couldn't hear, yes, all of those issues will be addressed when the emergency order comes out. Welcome.
Hello, my name is Christian. I'm coming here for PSL. I heard there was, most of my main concerns is the 13 demands. More specifically, number 2, which is decriminalization of low-level offenses. I feel like we've criminalized humanity for our most vulnerable populations. We know that the drug legislation back in the drug war was mostly targeted towards black and liberal people as a way of silencing their speech. As the society has continued, we've just continued to pass more and more laws like that. And I think we should relook into decriminalize little offenses like sex work, mind drugs, prevention. These are our most vulnerable populations, and we shouldn't be criminalizing their existence. On top of that, one of my PSL members wasn't able to protest here, but she just described to me when she was beat because she didn't take a bus ladder, so she was beat by 2 cops. And so when I when I hear the mayor say, "Oh, we're not like the lower 48, our cops are good," I can't help but just hear it's just a couple bad apples. That's the argument I hear when I hear we don't have this problem up here. And so when I hear that, I get concerned, because that means we're just not looking hard enough. I just talked to her. She was beaten twice by cops. How many more people are just not speaking up because they're afraid? And I really don't want another George Floyd on camera in Alaska. I don't want to be Minnesota. But I want us to get on forward to this problem right now. Are you going to do that? And Debar, I know you were talking about putting in the drone, you were talking about putting more codes into law. So you said it approved, it helped say things. I'm sorry for butchering the way you phrased this. But you referred to the drones, how when you put it back into law, it helped regulate things and had some improvements. And then you also mentioned some weird drone things, which I will email you about later. But I really wanted to hear this assembly work more actively to helping our lower income, not just for COVID, but also for this police brutality, make sure it doesn't happen again or ever. Thank you.
Thank you. Welcome.
Good evening. Thank you for having me. I have a few different things. First off, I was very happy to see that you guys had the reports and the kind of policies regarding drone use, and in a like a police sense or a municipality sense. I think it's very important that we have those in place. It was kind of upsetting to hear that the police were at all resistant to having some sort of rules on how they can use drones. As a recreational drone user myself, I understand the amazing capabilities of these machines, and I think it's very important that we recognize, the level of reach that they have, possibly. Dunbar also mentioned that I haven't read the report myself, but that there was possibly a few kind of pushing the line, possibly instances. And if that is the case, I think it's very important that we catch those and look at those and see what we can do to mitigate those. Another example of the need, we mentioned body cams earlier and more kind of accountability, and they said that we were looking into that. I think it's important to realize that those people or the groups that have power over other people in any sense need to have, checks and balances. That's why some of you mentioned earlier, like the executive, legislative, and how they interact with each other. A study from 2018 found that in a 9-year period, over 400 police rapes have occurred. Just here in Alaska, there was a case 6 years ago, or not 6 years ago, sorry, I think it was 2008, of Anthony Rollins, who sexually assaulted 6 women while on duty. He was able to get away with this for so long due to a lack of accountability. Also, the police chief, who is not here today, in previous statements said that the qualified immunity, if we revoked that, it would set police officers back because they'd have to be worried about being accountable for their actions while on duty. Well, their job is to enforce the law and protect citizens, not to be above the law. You should always be accountable for your actions. And if you acted in a right manner due to your job and your responsibilities, then you won't have to fear any sort of ramification. While I want to recognize that not all police officers are bad, but you got to recognize that those that are, there's the way that this system has loopholes, it allows for the people who do want to do bad things to do a lot of bad. And that needs to be recognized and try to mitigate it. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. We didn't catch his name. What's your name, sir?
Oh, thank you.
Gabriel Conkle.
Thank you. Welcome. Thank you. Thank you. I have a couple other folks behind you who would like to testify. Thank you so much. Welcome.
Hi, good evening. My name is Matthew Schmitz. I came here to encourage the Assembly today to support the mandate to wear face masks in the Anchorage area. It sounds like the mayor is willing to do that anyways, so I just wanted to instead say thank you to the mayor for being willing to do that. I also just want to say thank you for your courage and your leadership during this crisis. So, also wanted to say thank you to everybody else who is wearing a face mask here today. Thanks.
Thank you. Welcome.
Thank you. I'm Jim Morrison. I appreciate the police department. They've saved, I've been involved with them, saved several lives, and seen them go into some terrible situations. But that's not why I'm here. I'm here, well, I'm actually got sidetracked because of the discussion that went on, so I'm going to speak unprepared. I see Constance and Dunbar got one of their buttons pushed because of their district they're representing. Had to do with the group of people that you're representing, and race came up. And so I am not comfortable with the phrase and the terminology of people of color, because I think it sort of is derogatory towards white people, and it's insinuating, and I think it's just a term that came up in the media and people are picking up on it. And it might be a good idea if you guys didn't use that here. I don't see a difference in color myself, and when that term comes up, I have a hard time relating to it. You mentioned that you saw some records of discriminatory zoning, which is terrible. And there has been things racial in the past, I realize that. And that's why I'm speaking. It's because I don't want to see that. I don't see color. But I believe white is a color. And I don't like to just say people of color sort of eliminates a whole another group of people who are white. And I don't get it. So the mayor recently suggested he was going to expunge records of a number of individuals who I thought was possibly a good idea. And so I'm suggesting the same thing to people like Mr. Constant and Dunbar. If you have something in your memory or you come up with some records that were discriminatory, then maybe you can focus on what happened. Maybe you could focus on that individual person. It might not even be a white person. You don't know. Stay focused on the person, not the race. And let's try to expunge some of that guilt that's coming from years and years ago and landing on me, people like me. We don't deserve it. Okay?
Thank you.
All right.
Good evening.
Welcome.
Felix, I always like that line. That's a good one.
Not really a line, but okay.
Oh, coming from you, that's a good one. Well, listen, you got a mask it or casket, so hey, carry on. My name is Ron Oliva. I'm here tonight to talk about the real estate purchases that, hey, a windfall of money legislature called it buckets. I can't believe it. The amount of money that's come for homeless projects, alcohol, drug abuse, etc. But I'll give you the history on my sales to the property because I want you to follow the same rules and be fair and open and negotiate that way like you did with me. And that means, first of all, I sold the property almost $250,000 under appraisal, about $150,000 under tax assessment. And I sold that with a letter of intent to buy my other properties at 3rd and Ingra after the first of the year. That did not occur, but I signed a letter of intent, and the only contingency was to do a $50,000 study, whether or not it was in the best interest of the municipality to buy those parcels. That was a condition thrown in by Robin Ward, and they were going to find a nonprofit to buy my property, or the municipality was going to buy it. Well, the study was done. They found solidity to recommend to the municipality to buy the property. 4 days before it was to go before the homeless committee, it got canceled. The point is, it never came back up, but yet you ran out with $22.7 million. You have $40 million from the nonprofits, $15 million from the liquor tax, $15 million from the sale of ML&P. Bezos gave $5 million, and hey, no one approached me and told me that that letter of intent was not valid. It had expired. And if you go out and look at other parcels, and according to our good, I forget his title there, he said Assistant Chief of Staff, he said you're going to follow some sort of public process in hearings. The standard public process. Well, that's called ramrodding. There is no standard public process. This stuff is going down so fast and so much down the wrong road, it's going to come back to bite the homeless, the people who need drug treatment, alcohol treatment, etc. So you put together ordinances with conditional uses and don't follow through with the enforcement, you might as well just give them carte blanche. And for those who haven't been around, I've been next to the shelter for 40 years.
Mr. Oliva, your time is up.
Can I sum up, Felix?
I can give you like 1 or 2 sentences.
Really?
Yes, I'm being generous. Go ahead.
You know, I'm not short of oxygen. It's the hot air in this room. I keep thinking you're going to fill those balloons down in Albuquerque. The whole regatta. There's my 2 sentences. Does anyone have any questions?
I have one for you, Mr. Oliva. Can you see?
Kind of.
Pull that mask down a little
I'm
bit.
not going to that hospital where those 2 doctors are for sure.
I have a question.
Sure, Ms. Howard.
Mr. Oliva, you've been involved in our community for quite some time, and I want to say thank you because you do a lot for the community. You're trying to work with the homeless. You're trying to get things moving, and I know every single person up here appreciates that.
Oh, well,
thank you.
Well, you're welcome. And Berkey, you got reamed so bad tonight, I'm going to let you go tonight.
Thank you. Welcome.
Hi, I just want to say my name is Megan, and I wasn't planning on coming up here and everything, but I just want to say a few things because I haven't really vocalized things, and I feel like that's kind of part of this problem with this Black Lives Matter movement and everything. I just want to say who would like to be treated like a person of color is treated at all? No one would stand for that at all. The way that they are treated, and not they in a negative way, but people of color, people of color are treated disproportionate to people that, like me, it's so hard to fathom. I would not want to be treated that way. So I think that one thing that we need to do is see each other as human beings and really dig deep and see, would we want to be treated this way? I see color. I'm not color blind. I see it. But your color does not define who you are at all. I can't take this skin off, just like anyone else can. I can't take it off. And I just want to say that I, as a person, am here to listen, to learn, to educate, and to stand. And I want to be a voice, and it hurts me to see and to hear people. And the only way I can do is to educate myself and to help educate people forward, because that is how we make change happen. And I just, when you guys talked about the topic having to do with the CARES program, Alaska CARES and everything like that, I see both sides. It's just at the same time too, I also see a lot of discrimination happen. And I'm not a person of color. I'm not. And I just hope that people start seeing things in a different way and seeing these things happen that are happening around the world. It needs to end. And I hope that all of you guys can really think about that at the end of the day. And I thank all of you guys for trying your best. And Mayor Berkowitz, I hope that this resonates, and I hope that you can try to do better. I hope, because it's not okay. None of you guys would want to be treated the way that people of color have been treated at all. And it's sad. Thank you.
Thank you. Welcome.
Hello, my name is Kim, and
Could you?
is this good? Okay. I appreciate not seeing color. I think it's racist when people are trying to get me to see color. I had a white person, and I think it's very offended by white people telling minorities how they should think. And a white person tell me, well, how many friends of certain race you have? And I'm like, I have a ton of them, but I never thought about it. And they never thought about me being their minority friend. We all have been through bad things. Everyone. I had a horrible childhood. I don't blame anyone in my life who had nothing to do with it for it. I don't even know where to end. I appreciate you, because for years now, I have been offended by people telling me that we have to see race. We have to look at it. No one, no matter what color you are, should be treated like this gentleman, like anyone. White people are killed by cops. White people are killed by cops. Asians are killed by cops. People who do things that are wrong or illegal, go charge police officers, put their lives on the line, are taking that chance, that risk. They are choosing to take that risk. Now, the cops, the bad ones, they should be gone. Get rid of them. We should not have bad cops. And I would hope that they are weeded out, that people, you just hear the cops like over and over and over. They've been, sorry, I had no plans of coming up here, reported within their job and under investigation, and then they're still back out. Yes, get rid of them. Get rid of them. But they're not all bad. Not all white people are bad. The gentleman who said, like, why do the white people have to pay for the sins of our fathers? Anyway, my time is almost up. Just be good human beings. That's what I raised my kids since they were little. Just respect people.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Not seeing anyone else, let's go ahead and move on to Assembly comments. I'll start with Mr. Weddleton.
Oh, thanks. This has been a very interesting meeting, and, I think we made a good move allowing more public comment up at the beginning. That took some time, but, we obviously had a big group of people who wanted to talk on a resolution, which it doesn't typically get a public hearing. So, anyway, one thought I've had on this meeting, I think that was a very good move on our part. Thanks.
Thank you. Ms. Zalatel.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I agree with Mr. Weldon. It's been a very interesting meeting. I have appreciated the large amount of public participation. If we could get that kind of interest in storm sewers and pipes and paving and potholes, that would be fantastic as well. So keep it up. Thanks.
Thanks. Mr. Perez-Verdia.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I have a few thoughts I want to share. So if I would be allowed to share a little extra tonight, I'd appreciate it. I was just reading something that struck me that I wanted to share. And in 1852, Frederick Douglass was asked to make a speech about race. And it really struck me as I read through it, because at the end, he said something to the audience that really was profound to me. He said, "It's not light that is needed, but fire." And he knew that these conversations that we have about race, like the ones we're having today, are often very circular, and we never seem to graduate to the next conversation, the hard conversation, and that conversation where we actually change what's going on in our world. And I feel like that with the death of George Floyd and the Black Lives movement really starting to move forward, and our community stepping up and speaking their truth, that a window, again, has opened for us. And I think the worst thing we could do is close that window. We need to keep it open. We need to keep the dialogue open. We need to keep it open at these meetings. We need to keep it open at our dinner tables, at our work environments. And I really appreciated, Chair, what you said about the fact that this is systemic. It's in our school system, it's in our healthcare system, it's in our laws, and the short time that you and me and others have to actually impact this system, we need to take the opportunity to shift that to a different place. And so I would commit that this body really needs to keep that window open, and that we need to be really vigilant about thinking about how we can change how we do the work we do in our city, not just in policing, but in all areas, and that we have the opportunity to really be a model for other places in the world in terms of how we treat the people that live in the city. So with that, I just really appreciated the dialogue tonight. I appreciate all of you, and I want to make sure that we are putting some things in place to ensure that we don't go backwards, but we go forward. So with that, I wish you all good night, and thanks for the time.
Thank you. Ms. Allard.
Thank you. So tonight was a pretty interesting night. We got a lot of people out here that wanted to discuss the mask, whether I'm just going to go. So here's the thing. I'm not here. This isn't my job to tell people what they should do with their health. It's my job to make sure your individual rights are protected. And I'm not going to sit here and tell you or anybody else whether you can go see your healthcare provider. It's up to you to do that. So if you want to see your healthcare provider and ask them whether it's right for you to wear a mask or not, that's up to you. I don't care either way. And if you don't want to wear a mask, that's fine. If you want to wear a mask, I encourage that too. So I encourage you, if you have questions on whether wearing a mask is right for you, seek help as far as with your healthcare provider. I realized that there were 200 healthcare workers demanding to pass such a mandate that would tell us that we needed to wear masks. And that brings up the issue that we have 38,000 healthcare workers in Alaska. Out of the 38 healthcare workers in Alaska, we have 835 of them that are actual doctors. If there is such a great idea of that we needed to wear masks, Where are the rest of those healthcare workers? We have 38,000 in the state, so I'd wonder where the rest of them are. But again, I want to say if you have any concerns or issues, whether you should or shouldn't wear a mask, ask your healthcare providers. We had 2 gentlemen come up here today. I really appreciate it. Kind of giving us a different perspective as doctors, and they spoke. And I'd also like to address the race issue. And I want to say that I actually pulled numbers from the Human Rights Commission, and I wanted to find out where the discrimination lies. Do we have discrimination in small businesses? Have people come and complained? I will tell you, in the last 24 months, we didn't have one complaint from anybody that they were discriminated against with a small business loan because of their race. That is something that is important to know. We did have someone come forward based on their sexual orientation and being a female gender. They felt they were discriminated against, and it was told that it was unfounded. So I want to encourage those, too, that if you feel you are being discriminated against, come voice your complaint, file it online, come in person, whatever best works for you, and file that with the Human Rights Commission. And I understand where people are saying they don't see color. I see skin color. You literally would have to be blind not to. I know in your hearts you might say you don't see skin color, but it's there. And we all have to recognize we can all pull together. We can. And I'm going to go on the side with Meg Zolotel on this because I do wish people would talk more about potholes. But in regards to everything Meg has said earlier, I would encourage everybody to not come after the assembly people or persons just because they think a certain way on a certain topic. I experienced it. I was called a racist. I had to shut down my site. It was harassment. But at the same time, I am an elected official. I brought this on myself by sitting here tonight. And it's up to me to be able to let it roll off my back like a duck. I feel like I'm turning into a turtle, though, because you got to get really thick skin. But just be kind. And when you're talking to them, just remember they're also representing their community and their district. That's what we're doing up here. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Constant?
Thanks. And my comments are based on the work we did tonight. We did not let the good be a slave to the perfect, and we moved forward tonight with a package of relief that is going to begin the process of really changing this town. And the work that we did tonight was not just existential crisis driven, but it's also at the same time transformative. And so we're starting to see some shoots of grass start grow out of this pile of mess that COVID left us. And so I'm still continuing to be really proud to serve on this body with each and every one of you and with the administration, because when all the dust settles and we're no longer here, the work that we're doing now will show, and it will last for a long time in this community we live in. And it will be children who are educated and taken care of. It'll be green spaces that are attended to for the first time in decades. It'll be neighborhoods that didn't burn down because of beetle kill. It'll be so many things. And that was just our first act in this process of the recovery. And so I congratulate you all and thank you all for your commitment to this work.
Thank you. Madam Vice Chair?
That was nice and positive, Chris. I like that. I just want to thank Cameron for his comments. I think they were really thoughtful.
Thank you. I want to ditto the comments of Mr. Perez-Verdia and want to also echo Mr. Constant. Whether we knew it or not, we got ourselves elected in a time when there are so many transformative things happening in our country. So get ready for a lot of work. Ms. LaFrance.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And thank you to you for keeping us in order tonight. It was a little bit difficult on the phone knowing exactly what was going on, but it sounded like there was a tremendous amount of community engagement. And thanks to the other members for their work. And I guess, as we, just ruminating on the issue of masks, the thing that makes me perplexed and saddened is that we have had to have this conversation, that it's not something that our community has voluntarily done, and that we're not rallying around just doing whatever we can to keep the vulnerable people, our neighbors, safe. So that's one thing that I hope that we can move towards, focusing on doing whatever we can to make people feel safe enough to go out and about and participate in the economy, and just to reduce the risk of infection and spreading the virus. So thank you again, Mr. Chair, and thanks to everyone for thoughtful comments and participation.
Thank you. Mr. Peterson.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And myself, I think the most important thing about the CARES Act funding is to get it distributed as soon as possible. As soon as we can get it out there, it'll start, moving through our community and multiplying the economic factor. And so there are so many businesses and individuals that need economic activity that the sooner we can get that funding out there working for us, the better off we'll all be. Thank you.
Yeah, I'm not exactly sure. Thank you. Ms. Kennedy? There's an application for another one.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. It has been an interesting evening, and I guess I have the advantage of sitting, in my home and just kind of staring out the window. You guys don't have windows there, so I don't know about you, but a lot of times staring out the window allows you to be more contemplative on things. And so it's been real interesting just to kind of to listen. And I know a lot of times we think we listen, but it seems like most of the time when we're in meetings, we're mostly talking. So it was really kind of refreshing to just listen to all the testimony that we had today. We haven't had that in a long time. So, but listening always reminds me that, I can't argue with the way somebody feels about something. That's their feelings. And, we certainly all have a right to our own opinions. But a lot of times we want to change each other's opinions. And I can certainly say that I've had my fair share of that. And it's sad and depressing and frustrating when we don't get to convince somebody to go our way. And I feel like that happens to me a lot. Hint, hint. I'm just, maybe priming the pump a little for next week's meeting. But anyway, but I certainly understand, that the job we do is always about trying to understand where somebody else is coming from. And, at the end of the day, when it comes down to a vote, you've got people voting with you or you're voting by yourself. But that's just kind of the reality of it. But I think one of the things that I think was really important that we started out to do today was dealing with the CARES Act. And even when we were having the roundtable conversations about all of that, we were getting good information about what was really going on and how people felt about things and their own personal situations. And, I think we've taken a lot of that to heart, and I think at least this first stab at how to use that money really reflects that. So I'm really happy with the fact that, we're trying to hit the mark as best we can, that there are things going on in our community that we're all trying to listen to and be aware of and respond appropriately. So I'm happy with that first step, but I also recognize that, the listening never ends. The learning about somebody else's situation or trying to share your view on something never ends. I'll get a little bit maybe historical, not hysterical, but historical on this. And, one of the things that I believe about the way our founding fathers created this nation was not to make it so that everybody had to believe a certain way or vote in a certain way, but that it would really force the conversations. It would make it difficult to pass laws, to fund things. But it almost created that conflict that would really be useful in the end, because it would require those good conversations. It would require listening. It would require working together, in some ways compromising. And I think we do that. And I think we're going to do a lot more of that as we really continue to deal with the things that are hitting our community. So sorry to be so long-winded on that, but I really do think that we do what we do for a reason. And hopefully at the end of the day, it's something that's sound and good for the community. So thanks, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Mr. Dunbar.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and I want to thank Ms. Kennedy for those remarks, and many people tonight on this body have spoken, I think, very thoughtfully. I also want to identify with what Mr. Perez-Radias said. Although one thing that Ms. Kennedy said that I think is interesting and has to be put in context is this idea of the conversations that were had around the time of the founding of this nation. And the fact is that at that time, if you weren't a white landholding man, you were systematically excluded from those conversations. And we are still dealing with that legacy till this day. And there's a book called The Constitution, a Biography by Akhil Amar that describes the constitutional law of this country. And what becomes inescapable when you read it is how shot through every portion of our constitutional law is with race. When it comes to the Three-Fifths Compromise, to the way the Senate was apportioned, Congress, the Electoral College, all of it was tied to race. And so it's a really complicated legacy that we're still working through today. And I don't plan to have, I don't pretend to have all the answers. And I'm like everybody else here learning as we go through this. But I do think we are in a unique moment right now where those uncomfortable conversations are starting to happen. And we are starting to realize that there are some systemic issues that we need to work on as a nation, a state, and a city. But from that also comes an opportunity, and we have a really unique opportunity here in this body because, tying to what Mr. Constant said, we have this unique pot of money from the CARES Act. We have another pot of money coming from the alcohol tax, and we have the ability to spend it in such a way where we can promote equity, where we can materially improve the lives of the people of this city, and we can hopefully set up our economy to function long to the future. I know those are sort of grand, sweeping ideas, and I usually don't get quite this grandiose, but the fact is we have a really unique moment in this city to change our little portion of America, and we're not going to meet again until after Independence Day. So the last thing I'll just say is Happy Independence Day. I hope you have a great weekend and get out into nature if you can. And thank you all for a great discussion tonight. And thank the public as well. Thank you.
Thank you. With that, I will accept a motion to adjourn.
Move to adjourn.
Oh, she beat me.
We're adjourned.